somebody had said set up a perimeter.
So my question was about Adrian Gonzales specifically. So since you're saying that it's reasonable for Randy Hill to set up a perimeter, it would be reasonable for Adrian Gonzales to set up a perimeter also, correct?
If he had heard that transmission at that time.
And so the government asked you specifically, they compared Officer Salcedo to Adrian Gonzalez's behavior. Do you remember that on their direct examination?
Vaguely.
Okay. Well, both Officer Salcedo and Adrian arrived at the scene before the shooter enters the building at 11:32:58, correct?
Correct.
Officer Salcedo has line of sight. Adrian Gonzales does not have a line of sight, correct?
I can't speak to what type of sight Juan Salcedo had, so I don't know that it was actually line of sight.
Well, he had the type of sight that he asked to shoot, right?
Objection to attitude, Your Honor.
Judge, they specifically asked about Salcedo versus Gonzales. I'm just going over what they asked him, Judge.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection, but we got timelines here. Proceed.
So he had line of sight to ask to shoot somebody, correct?
He had some sight, assuming that he did, in order to be able to ask.
And
for
specifically,
permission
he
to
said,
shoot.
"I think I see him," correct?
I don't recall that, but it's possible.
Okay. But Adrian did not have line of sight, correct?
At that point, no.
At any point, he never saw the shooter. You're not telling this jury that he saw the shooter, are you?
No, I'm
Okay.
not. No, I don't know what he saw prior to the shooter walking along the west wall.
This is all based off your investigation, okay? I'm asking you based off your investigation. Officer Salcedo had a superior weapon system, correct?
Well, he did as far as he had a rifle.
And that's a superior weapon system, correct?
I'm not going to comment on the superiority of one weapon system over another.
So you don't have an opinion on whether an AR-15 is a superior weapon than a handgun?
A handgun, a person can be as proficient with a handgun as well.
Did you hear my question?
I did.
Okay, do you think an AR-15 is a superior weapon system than a handgun? You can say no.
No, I don't feel that it's superior weapon system.
Fair enough, okay. So Officer Salcedo had backup, correct?
Yes.
He had two other officers with him.
Yes.
Adrian was by himself.
Yes.
Officer Salcedo knew the shooter made it into the building, correct? At some point.
I don't know when he would have known that.
Well, because Sergeant Coronado knew that, right?
The first indication that Sergeant Coronado thought that the shooter made it into the building was after Sergeant Coronado began relocating to the northeast intersection.
Do you remember interviewing Claudia Perez?
Yes.
Did you review her interview before you come here to testify?
Yes.
Did you remember hearing the interview you had with her? You interviewed her yourself, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you remember asking her and her talking about her talking to the officers on the corner, and she said, "We told them he's in the building," and you asked her specifically, did they indicate that they heard you? And she said yes. Do you remember that part of the interview?
I would have to look back at my report.
So please look at your report. When did you review that interview before you testified this morning?
I reviewed Claudia Perez's interview prior to completing my supplemental report.
When was that timeline?
That would have been within 3 months after the event.
Okay, so you haven't listened to her interview for 3 years?
Correct.
But remember, I asked you, did you review her interview before you're testifying this morning, like over the weekend? You
No,
did not?
I had reviewed it previously, but not today.
Okay, please look at your notes.
Okay, could you repeat your question, please?
During your interview, she stated to you that they were telling the officers that the shooter had made it into the building, and you asked, did they understand you, or did they confirm that they heard you? And she said yes.
So for this particular statement, she was talking about the officers that had already arrived and were at the west door.
No, but she wasn't talking to them. She was in her corner, right? She wasn't at the school. You agree with that?
I don't recall where she was.
You were asking her, you were interviewing her and trying to get key information. Do you agree with that?
I do, yes.
Do you remember her saying that she told the officers that the shooter made it into the building? Do you remember that? And you asked her if they understood her, and she said yes?
May I read from my report?
To refresh your memory, it's not in evidence. We can play the statement if we need to, but go ahead. Read it to yourself, please.
So Claudia Perez had stated that she saw at least 10 officers positioned at the west entrance. At this time, the west entrance was going to be the west door entrance to the fourth grade building.
Mhm.
Perez and another Hillcrest employee, Gilbert Rodriguez, ran to the front parking lot of Hillcrest and yelled to the police officers that the suspect was inside the Robb Elementary School.
And at the parking lot, at the edge of the parking lot were Coronado, Mendoza, and Salcedo, correct?
This was a different time. This was,
But it doesn't say that in your interview, right?
but
it
this,
Hold on. But in your interview, because I listened to it over the weekend. I know you didn't. I did. And there's no timelines when you're asking her these questions, right?
at the time, I didn't know any timelines. I was merely trying to document what she had observed.
But that's what I'm saying. You didn't ask her key questions. She's talking about talking to officers at the edge of the corner of the parking lot, and the parking lot is away from the school, correct?
These are going to be officers that arrived after.
But you don't ask her that in your interview. You don't ask her that in your interview.
But she did say specifically that there were 10 officers
I know, eventually.
around the west entrance.
And
And that's what
Salcedo
I recall.
and Salcedo, Mendoza, and Coronado were facing the west entrance, correct?
When they arrived, yes, but they
Okay,
were
okay.
not at the west.
You're not telling this jury that Miss Perez walked up to the west door of that school, are you?
No, but she could see it.
I know she could see it from the corner, from the funeral home. Where does she work, by the way?
The Hillcrest Memorial Funeral
And
Home.
where is Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home in relation to the school?
It is across the Geraldine Street from the Robb Elementary School.
And where was Sergeant Coronado, Officer Mendoza, and Officer Salcedo? Where did they set up perimeter and stop their vehicles?
They initially stopped at the intersection of Geraldine and South Grove Street.
And where is the intersection of Geraldine and South Grove? What establishment is that in front of?
It is in front of the Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home.
When in you reviewing your investigation, you realize that in Sergeant Coronado's interview, he acknowledges that a woman is screaming at him, correct?
I don't recall the specifics of Coronado's interview.
Did you review his interview before you put this critical timeline together?
No, not for the critical timeline.
Are you aware now that during his interview, he acknowledges a woman is screaming at him?
If you're saying that,
It's in his interview. Yes, sir, I am. You're not aware of that?
I don't recall it.
So since we're comparing Salcedo and Adrian still, Officer Salcedo departs after 35 seconds after the shooter enters the building, correct?
Approximately.
He drives away.
He relocates to another area.
And how did he relocate?
He drove.
Away, right? He drove away
He drove to another location.
by driving away.
He drove to another location.
So, but Adrian didn't drive away, did he?
No,
He stayed in the eye of the storm, correct?
he stayed at the location where he had stopped or somewhere close to that
And
location.
eventually Adrian makes it into the building, correct?
Yes,
Does Officer Salcedo make it into the building?
I don't recall if he entered the building.
He does not make it into the building, but you didn't review that?
At some point, I reviewed that information,
Mhm.
but I don't recall the specifics.
Sir, did you know that I was going to ask you these critical questions in front of this jury? Did you were in the middle of cross-examination. You didn't review any of this information before you're coming here to testify?
I reviewed the information associated with the roles that I performed.
But you're testifying to a full investigation. You summarized an investigation in your critical timeline. You didn't do each part of this timeline. You reviewed things for it. I'm asking, did you review this critical information before you're coming to this jury to testify? You know I was going to ask you questions about this stuff.
My role was not to review every piece of information for the investigation.
So then this is not accurate. Your critical timeline is not accurate. You're telling this jury that?
It is accurate.
So you had to review information to make it accurate, right?
Yes,
So if Salcedo would have pursued the shooter, you agree it would have made a difference in this incident?
I can't make that statement.
If he entered the west door, he could have cut the pie and followed and pursued the shooter, correct? If.
Again, it's possible.
And if he would have entered that west door and cut the pie, and they've heard plenty about cutting the pie, the shooter actually would have been in a fatal funnel, and Salcedo, Mendoza, and Coronado would have been in a superior position to the shooter. You agree with that?
It's possible.
I'm just saying, in my scenario, if the shooter is in a hallway, you agree a hallway is a fatal funnel, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so if the shooter's in a hallway, and if Salcedo, Coronado, and Mendoza would have hot pursuit, the shooter, they would have been in the school and they could have cut the pie, and then the shooter would have been in a disadvantaged position. You would agree with that, right?
if they were at that moment in the school at the T intersection, yes, it is possible.
But they didn't do that. Sir?
About your time,
About my time for what, Judge? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
we set some timelines on Friday, last thing we did before we left.
Okay, I'll wrap it up then, Judge. I have to put on the record, we'll have to put on the record, judges, that I'm asking him questions. I've moved on to new information based off what they asked him, and under the Constitution right to confront the witness, Judge. I really literally have probably 7 minutes left, but it depends on his answers.
We set some timelines on Friday. I gave you a 3-day weekend to kind of figure out what you wanted to ask. I did the same thing with them. 7 minutes, wrap it up.
Yes, sir.
And
Give me a
Rain,
timer, please.
do me a favor, try to answer specifically and quickly the questions he asked you. If you can do it yes or no, do it yes or no. If you can't, then do it as concisely as possible.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. He has a timer on me. So you agree that Salcedo, since we asked you about Salcedo, they compared Salcedo specifically, but this applies to all of them, did not engage, distract, or delay the shooter, correct?
Correct.
Now, backdrop, they asked you about backdrop. Anytime you're dealing with any incident involving a school, a theater, or a gymnasium, you're always going to have challenges with backdrop, correct?
Correct.
And just for the record, for the jury knows, backdrop is what's behind your target when you're shooting at something, correct?
Yes.
So the 4 gun safety rules are, number 1, always treat a gun like it's loaded, correct?
Yes.
Never point it at anything you're not prepared to kill or destroy.
Yes.
Always keep your finger high and outside the trigger guard until you're ready to shoot.
Yes.
And then know what's behind your target.
Yes.
And so the 4th rule, knowing behind your target, that's the backdrop. That's what we call backdrop, correct?
Correct.
So anytime you're dealing with a school incident, a theater situation, or a gymnasium, or a church, you're always going to have backdrop issues, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And so you're tactically never going to be in a perfect scenario when you're dealing with those circumstances. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Now there was 46 seconds before the shooter crashes. There is a SUV that opens that gate. Did you see that in the funeral video?
46 seconds prior to,
Yeah.
I do recall some activity, but I don't recall the specifics.
Well, I guess my question is, based off anyone's investigation, yours, Ranger Hill, or anybody else's investigation, do you know, did anybody verify who that person was?
I don't recall the specifics about that.
But you agree that that person unlocked the gate and opened it 46 seconds before the shooter crashed.
I do recall there being some activity there.
And other Rangers testified to the fact that we wanted to make sure that there was no co-conspirators or no one helping the shooter, right?
Yes.
Did anybody verify that that person, who it was it a teacher? Was it someone helping? Because that gate is open and it should have been locked, correct?
It was generally that would be locked. From what I recall, there was a delivery of some sort to the school, but I don't recall the specifics.
Do you remember that delivery was to Amy Morin on that corner, that black truck? It wasn't, that was that delivery. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is something different. And I don't know who this person is. I'm asking that you or yourself or any of the Rangers verify who this person is.
I did not verify.
And I think it's safe to say that the shooter did not plan to crash, right?
I don't know what the shooter was thinking at the time.
But if the shooter didn't crash, then that gate being open would have made it much easier for them to drive all the way to the front and then to commit the heinous crime that they did, correct?
If the gate was open,
Yes, sir.
it would provide another access point. Yes.
Right. But no, but you're saying that you don't have knowledge of anybody verifying who this person is.
I know that I didn't.
When it comes to containment, 3 minutes in. When it comes to containment, you would agree those first 5 officers that entered the school, they contained the shooter to 112 and 111.
Yes,
Because if they were not there, it could be possible that the shooter could have gone to other classrooms and did the same thing.
yes,
And just out of curiosity, do you have your last name is Hill?
yes,
And Officer Randy Hill is spelled the same way? Any relation to Randy Hill?
no.
Thank you, Ranger. Pass the witness, Judge.
State, redirect.
Thank you. Ranger, would you explain to the jury what your part of this investigation centered around?
As I stated earlier in my testimony, I was reassigned to this investigation in September 2022 to assist with managing the large volume of information, nearly 3.2 terabytes worth of data. The data included 2,352 pieces of physical evidence, 779 audio video recordings, and 11,745 photographs. I developed a database application specifically for this investigation to help build a foundation of organized information.
And so if I could ask, basically, your part of the investigation was the analysis of body cams,
Correct.
dash cams,
Yes,
videos,
yes,
dispatch,
yes,
911.
yes, as well as photographs and visual observation of the physical evidence.
Because at the same time, there was an additional work being done as far as asking witnesses questions. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that was not what you were to oversee.
correct.
So your testimony is about videos, audios, dash cams, things that are verified.
Yes, my main objective was to extract all of the possible fact-based information, that information from verifiable evidence sources, such as audio, video files, photographic evidence, or observation of physical evidence.
Now I'd like to talk to you about Officer Hill.
Mr. Turner, microphone.
Excuse me. Officer Hill, is that correct? I'll talk to you
yes.
about Officer Hill.
Randy Hill, yes,
Yes. And we have played the dispatch. That a dispatch for Randy Hill was to Old Carrizo Road.
yes.
And is that where he stopped?
He was dispatched from to 715 Old Carrizo Road, which would populate as the main entrance to the school, which is adjacent, very, very near the intersection of Old Carrizo and Geraldine.
And is that approximately where Officer Hill stopped?
Yes.
And on the way, he got information to set up a perimeter.
There was radio traffic about a perimeter. Yes.
And when he was asked to set up a perimeter, does it make sense to start where?
Judge,
he
I'm
was
gonna
dispatched.
object, I'm gonna object to leading, Judge. Can I let the witness answer?
Sustained.
Have you set up a perimeter?
Yes.
And is the dispatch that you received important in setting up a perimeter?
Yes.
Is that part of where the perimeter should be?
Yes.
And so the question as to whether or not an officer should stop where they're dispatched and told to set up a perimeter, is that consistent with what Officer Hill did?
Yes.
And let me ask, have you been a patrol officer also?
Yes.
Have you been dispatched places?
Yes.
Could you tell us when you get dispatched, what is important to you?
The location and the nature of the call. Those are the two primary factors. It's important that there not be excessive radio traffic during that time so that the most critical information can be dispatched.
So when you hear that information, you follow that information?
Yes, until I receive visual intelligence myself to course correct or change my approach.
So once you arrive, do you continue to gather information?
Yes,
And as you gather additional information, you said you course correct, explain that to the jury.
make adjustments essentially on the fly based on the real-time information that I'm able to collect.
So where does that additional information come from?
It can come from radio transmissions, but more specifically from what I can see, what I can hear, or what I may be able to smell, depending on the situation.
And based on your five senses, if there are also witnesses there, does that provide information?
Yes,
And once provided witness information, do you course correct
yes,
based on what the witnesses saw
yes,
and advised you?
yes,
So if you get original dispatch information to set up a perimeter, but you hear shots fired, does that change your course of action?
yes.
How?
Once the gunshots start occurring, then it becomes an immediate direct to threat situation. And I would attempt to locate the source of the shots, but be moving simultaneously to locate sufficient cover and the location of the shots. Sufficient cover if it's available.
And that's basic active shooter training,
Yes,
to move to the shooter,
yes,
but tactically with cover.
if it's available.
And if you hear shots fired, but you're not sure where they're coming from, do you listen to witnesses?
Yes,
And if a witness points out where the shots are coming from, do you act on that information?
I would, yes, I would investigate that information and attempt to verify that.
And how would you verify it if you hear shots and the witness is saying they're coming from over there?
I would move to the location where I hear the shots and where the witness said that the possible gunshots or shooter was located.
Moving now to Salceda and Mendoza. What time period did they arrive after Adrian Gonzales was there?
So Adrian Gonzales parked at approximately 11:31:55. Jesus Mendoza arrived at approximately 11:32:23, so approximately 30 seconds.
May I approach you?
And
Yes, sir.
1 second. Go ahead and say the last one.
this was Juan Saucedo arrived shortly after Jesus Mendoza at 11:32:30.
And would you approach Uplands?
Judge, just for the record, it's 11:32:29. I know the jury can remember, but that's not accurate.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if the question conflicts with your memory of the evidence, rely on your own memory of whatever you recall. Go ahead and proceed.
You would approach. Have a seat. If you will, again, point to us where casings were found around 102 and 104.
This location right here for room 102. And this location right here for room 104.
And is the parking lot consistent with what Salcedo and Mendoza would have seen?
Yes, these black vehicles represent vehicles that were parked in those parking spots at the time of the event.
And was there a bag full of magazines located on that west wall?
Yes,
Would you point that out? Is that about halfway up from the south end to the north end?
approximately.
And did it take approximately a minute for the gunman to get from the south end to the north end?
Approximately.
So it would take approximately 30 seconds to get from the south end to halfway to the north end.
At a constant or average pace, yes.
And at that time, halfway, around 30 seconds, who arrived on the scene?
Officer Mendoza, Officer Saucedo, and Sergeant Coronado.
And so at that time, were there any other shots in which defects were in the building?
No,
And a bag was dropped at the point halfway between, is that correct?
yes,
And did you see the video of the north end provided by the citizen from the north end?
yes,
Was the gunman running or walking?
he was running.
How many shots were fired during that period of time from where the bag was dropped until the gunman entered?
6,
6 shots with no defects in the building,
correct,
indicating they went somewhere else.
correct.
Now, as to Saucedo, Mendoza, and Coronado, when they arrive, a bag is dropped halfway up. Could you tell us what obstructions, if any, they had?
Looking from their perspective, especially depending on their stance, and by observing Sergeant Coronado's dash camera, there's some kneeling, squatting down, attempting to take cover / concealment behind their vehicles.
So one squatted behind the vehicle,
I believe they all did at some point.
okay?
And it would have been, there was a lot of movement here to try to find what I would imagine is the most tactical position. And from that position, the vehicles in the parking lot could present a possible obstruction.
The vehicles in the parking lot, starting about halfway up and going all the way into the entry to the door almost.
Correct,
Either this row or this row.
correct. And there was a fence here. Specifically here, there was a piping fence that was damaged as a result of the crash.
And was there also a chain link fence?
Yes,
Does that partially obstruct view?
possibly, yes.
Now, it has been suggested that Officer Sato said he saw a gun. Have you seen any evidence that he said he saw a gun?
I haven't reviewed any evidence that indicates that.
But was there a dispatch of a man in black?
Yes,
And let me ask, from the video of Coronado, does it appear where these officers are looking?
they do appear to be looking in this direction.
Do they, can you tell where their eyes are scanning?
I cannot. I can only look at where their head is facing.
And are they also looking over this vehicle, Officer Saucedo's vehicle?
Yeah, yes, there was movement around these vehicles, and at one point, Officer Mendoza and Sergeant Coronado were on the driver's side of Officer Mendoza's vehicle, and Officer Saucedo was at the rear driver's side of his vehicle.
Okay. And so if Saucedo said he saw a man and he saw a description of the gunman south and west of the building, what is south and west of the building?
The southwestern portion of the building would be this location, right here.
It would not be up here in the north and west.
That's not the southwest part of the building. That is
And what color uniform did Adrian Gonzales wear that day?
dark blue shirt and pants.
Dark blue,
Yes,
almost black.
yes.
And he asked permission to fire.
Which were you referring to?
Saucedo?
Based on what I've been told in court. Yes.
And for the record, the distance here, I believe is testified is 130 yards.
I checked the measurement during the review process, and using Google Earth, it was approximately 130 yards from the center of this intersection to the west wall of the fourth grade building.
And from the vehicle heights, what was the condition of this building, as whether it's bricks or windows?
From this location, taking these vehicles into consideration, the windows were the only easily viewable part of this area. This was confirmed. We received dash camera video for the vehicle that Juan Salcedo was driving. Now the dash camera video, the recording system had some issue, and so the video was jumping and changing pixel colors. So I went frame by frame through that video and was able to find a frame where there wasn't distortion, and that indicated the view from the dash camera location of Juan Salcedo's patrol vehicle, and it did show these obstructions here. And from what I could see from that still shot, the windows were still visible.
And you testified earlier about once you've been dispatched to a scene, you have to change your course based on the information you receive.
Yes,
And we talked about Ms. Perez saying he's in the building.
yes,
And how many officers were at the corner?
3.
And Ms. Perez said where? How many people was she talking to when she said he's in the building?
She said that she had seen 10 officers at the west entrance. There were a collection of officers at this location.
And if she's talking to 10 officers at this location, saying he's in the building, it is not at the time these 3 officers are here. Is that correct?
That was not, when I conducted the interview with Claudia Perez, it was not my understanding that she was referring to these officers.
Okay. And in addition to that, any indication these 3 officers talked to Melody Flores?
Not that I'm aware of.
And were pointed to which building at Robb Elementary?
They were pointed in this direction, and
And is that the direction of Robb Elementary?
yes,
How many buildings are in Robb Elementary?
there are several.
So if somebody's telling you he's in the building, how many buildings could that be?
It could be one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So as an officer that arrives at a scene, if you hear evidence that somebody's in a building, but somebody is pointing to a specific building, does that help you in directing you where you should go?
Judge, I've let the leading go on, but I'm not to object to leading again, Judge.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. If you'll rephrase the question, please.
As an officer, would you tell the jury what gives you direction on where to go?
For a situation like this, the gunshots are my visual observation of the shooter. If there was any bystander or witness that is especially emphatic about what they saw, I would take that into consideration as well, and then I would proceed to investigate what I had been told.
Thank you.
Were there any obstructions from the southwest corner of the 4th grade wing of Robb Elementary down that line headed north to where the west entrance is?
Not until the electrical box, which would have been closer to the west door entrance.
And you reviewed the dispatches of Adrian Gonzales during this minute time, or the 3 or 4 minute time, is that correct?
Yes,
And we've had, on here, we have a dispatch that has been agreed upon, I believe, that shots fired from Adrian Gonzales, correct?
correct.
You listened to that?
Yes,
And do you have any objection to that being Adrian Gonzalez's voice?
no,
And approximately 3 minutes later, did Adrian Gonzales ask for cover?
approximately.
And about a minute or about 50 seconds after, or 45 seconds after Adrian Gonzales said shots fired, did Adrian Gonzales again get on dispatch?
I'm sorry, what time are you referring to?
11:32:59,
I believe it's been agreed upon.
Yes,
And was the substance of that dispatch, he's wearing black, he's over by the teacher's parking lot.
the 3259 was going to be on the west side, or I'm sorry, I'm going to be on the west school, on the west side of the school by those vehicles. The 11:33:09 approximately. He said supposed to be wearing all black, all black.
And then when Sauceda and Mendoza arrived in Coronado, was there also a dispatch from Adrian Gonzales?
A short time, a few seconds after Coronado, Mendoza, and Salcedo arrived at the intersection, Mr. Gonzales did say on the radio, "Take cover, guys, take cover, shots fired."
Take cover, guys, shots fired. And what time was that?
11:32:44.
About 10 or 12 seconds after they arrived.
Approximately.
Just for the record, fourth graders are not infants, is that correct?
Correct.
Would not be taken to an infant care provider.
Correct.
Ask the witness.
Judge, I understand your ruling. He's just testified to 2 pieces of information that are not in his critical timeline.
Scope of the redirect only. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Now, you testified that asking for cover, that Adrian Gonzales asked for cover, correct? Just answer that question first so we can save time.
He does have radio traffic.
Hold on. Answer my question, please. Did you testify that Adrian Gonzales asked for cover, correct?
Yes, at one point, yes.
Where is that in your critical timeline?
It's on the audio traffic that was.
That wasn't my question. And I'm gonna have to, I'm trying to speed this up because you know the judge wants us to move. So I'm not being disrespectful. Where is that in your critical timeline? Where is that in your critical timeline? Answer the
It's
question.
not on that.
It's not in your critical timeline, correct?
It's not in the one turned over to the DA.
So there's a separate critical timeline that you're saying that the DA has, that the government has, that we don't have. Because it's not on mine, right?
There was additional information. We continued analysis after the
Can you
report was
please listen?
turned over.
Sir, I'm sorry. Listen to my questions. I know you want to say a lot. Listen to my question. There's a different critical timeline that you've turned over to the government that we don't have. That's what you're saying.
I don't know I don't know if you don't
Well,
have
this
that.
one, you want to look at mine? Mine doesn't have that. So you're saying yours does and they have that, correct?
I turned it over. I don't know
Did you talk
what
to the
you
government
have.
this weekend?
Not very much.
That wasn't my question. Did you talk to the government this weekend?
I did, yes,
How many times?
once.
So Adrian asking for cover is not in the critical timeline that we have. You also testified that 11:32:44, you said that Adrian says, take cover, guys, take cover, shots fired. Do you remember testifying just moments ago to this jury?
Yes,
11:32:44, right?
yes.
Where is that in your critical timeline?
That was analytical information learned later and turned over to
So is it in your critical
prosecution.
timeline?
If it's not in the version that you have,
May I approach? Well, I can't approach, Judge.
Yes.
Which one are you looking at, sir? I don't know what that is. Is that your critical, that's not a critical timeline. What is that?
this is what was turned over to the prosecution.
So you've turned that over to the prosecution?
Yes.
May I see this, please? Do you mind if I look at that? Thank you, sir. Have you seen this? So if I represent to you that none of us have seen that, but we've seen this.
Objection, Your Honor, they've been provided the
No,
dispatch.
no, Judge, we have not.
They're misleading the jury.
No, I'm not, Judge. How dare you say that, Judge?
Excuse me, wait a minute. What did I just tell you?
I'm sorry, Judge.
What did I just
Sorry.
say?
I'm sorry. My
Objections to the bench.
apologies. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. My apologies.
All right, overruled. Let's go.
So this is what we have. It's not in here. You agree?
When this was created, this is going to be the radio file. Remember I said that there's an approximate 2-second variance?
Okay, so there's an approximate 2 seconds. So we don't have but you're testifying specifically to this jury, and I have to figure out an approximate 2 second variance?
You do have the radio traffic.
No, I don't. It does it say 11:32?
I'm going to object to that, but will you approach the bench, Your Honor?
Okay.
Let's do it. Timeline, correct. Just answer the question. It's not there. 11:32:44. Just answer, say no, it's not there.
It does not say 11:32.
That's all I was asking. We have to move along. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just trying to move along. And so 11:32:44. It's nowhere in your critical timeline that Adrian Gonzales says, shots fired, take cover, guys. Correct? It's not in your critical timeline,
Apparently in the version you're looking at, it's not in that timeline.
apparently. And it's apparently not in this other version of the dispatch, correct?
which is something separate than your critical timeline.
Is that the version you just showed me?
Yes, sir, it is.
The radio file and the time is noted on that spreadsheet
11:32:44 is not in here, right?
with the approximate 2-second variance.
And it doesn't say anything. This doesn't show a printout of what exactly the transmission is, right?
It directs you to the audio file, but there is not a transcription on that document.
And so with these, there's numbers that are not accurate to what you're testifying to this jury. There's no transcription that we can rely on. We have to go to the actual transmission on a different number, right? On a different time. And on the 3246, thank you, Jason. Who does it identify as the sender? Under your, let's use your times. Under 11:32:46, who's the sender?
Unknown.
So I'm supposed to figure out an unknown person that's Adrian Gonzales?
We can play the audio recording.
That wasn't my question. Listen, please. You have this wonderful hearing. Listen, 11:32:46. It says unknown, correct?
When that document was
Listen to
created
me,
and turned
Ranger.
over-
Listen to me. You're an intelligent man. Does it say unknown?
He's back from the witness.
No, I'm not, Judge. Does it
All
say
right, hold
unknown?
on. Let me rule. It's the only thing I get to do. Okay, that's overruled.
Does it say unknown?
It does.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Okay, what else we got? Very quickly. Anything else from this witness?
No, sir.
Okay, subject to recall, you decide.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sir, you're subject to recall. Stay in touch with the state. Remember, you're under the rule. You know what that means.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're excused. Thank you.
Same rest, Your Honor.
We have a motion, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's a matter we have to take up outside your presence pursuant to the law, as I've told you before. So let's take your morning recess a little bit early, take about 10, 15 minutes. We'll bring you back in shortly. All right, so Jerry. All right, let the record reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. State has rested its case in chief. Defense.
Yes, Your Honor, and just, I know that everything was a little bit rushed, but as the court saw, there were several things that this witness testified to that he had spoken with the DAs about 2 months later. I know the prosecution's position is that we had the recordings, but we basically were given documents that were misleading, that did not identify our client. Apparently there was other versions and other documents that were not provided. And there were conversations about his further analysis, about this witness's further analysis with the DA that were not given to us. They were not turned over. They were not told, hey, we had an interview with this guy and he's now identified the unknown that we've given you as Adrian Gonzales. I will say that identifying the voices in the recording, we have gone through those recordings with our client. It's not him. And so that's one of the reasons we're so upset about this, is because there are other people that we have identified as the person. So we're asking, I mean, again, this is another issue where they have been told things and had additional information by a witness, did not turn those things over to us. They are saying they turned over the recordings, but by turning something over that says, we don't know who this is, and then by having the witness go and tell them, oh, I know who it is, it's Adrian Gonzales, and then not telling us that, it again it feels like a trial by ambush. It feels like they are setting up a straw man for us to go and defend against, and then they're switching the ball and they're moving it that way. So again, we just believe under Heath that the remedy would also be to exclude this witness, and we would ask the court to do that, because these are critical issues, and it goes all the way back to Randy Hill, and all of a sudden appearing that he knows that Randy Hill appeared at a certain time because he went back and looked on and that happened last week, and we finished the cross. I went back and I looked and I saw the lights and when he arrived, which is important about when he arrived, because his timeline shows a difference of like 4 minutes, but now he shortened the timeline. He says he told the DA about that 2 months ago, and it didn't, and nobody ever told us that. And so, well, all we have is some timeline, and they can talk about the dispatches all they want, but they cannot talk about the mental impressions of the ranger saying, I have now identified that Randy Hill is the person who arrived at this time, gave them that time, and they never told us. So those kind of things are important. As the court has seen, like we're going second by second with this, and these seconds that are off and these things that have not been included have put my client at a disadvantage, and his due process has been harmed by the failure to disclose.
Okay, state.
Your Honor, they said that they have the dispatch tape, that they have the ability to watch them. As Mr. LaHood said, we didn't know about that. We don't know about that. They have those tapes. We've given them raw footage of that. And in addition to that, Your Honor, we've given them everything that we've had. They have told us they didn't even look at the portal. All they looked at was the original Rangers file. So for them to even say that they don't have that information is, I think, not being candid with the court.
Okay,
We'll
dude,
provide them all.
Was it on the portal?
Excuse me?
Was it on the portal?
Judge,
This,
thousands and thousands of pages. We had given them the dispatch, we've given the times of the dispatch, we've given them all those things.
Well, this supplemental investigation that he keeps talking about, was that on the portal?
Yes. We have provided everything Nick Hill has given us.
What I'm saying is that there's a conversation that was had with the prosecutors. They cannot show the court that they have provided us. We talked to Nick Hill, or we talked to the Ranger Hill, and he told us that he has now been able to identify when Randy Hill was at that corner. We don't have that. That was a conversation between the witness and the prosecutors, and they didn't provide that. There's not an email that provides that. There's not anything that they can show the court that provides that. Additionally, this additional, whatever version of the report that he's talking about, we do not have that version. And he started by saying that he's got a different version up there because ours has page numbers and his doesn't. He has changed that. And I don't know whether he's provided it to the DA. He said he did, but he has changed that. I mean, the only thing, I mean, we have the information that we were sent about other witnesses, but none of them include anything about that kind of information.
So specifically in regard to Officer Hill and to identification of Adrian Gonzales on the transmissions, was that provided to the defense in the portal or otherwise?
I can say that Coronado originally told us that it was Adrian Gonzales, so that's the operation that we've been going under, Your Honor. As far as specifically that, you're asking me to go back over.
Yeah, those
literally
two
hundreds of thousands
fairly
of pages.
significant items, those two, I'm specifically asking about those two because they're significant.
I can't represent the court now. I have to go back and look at all that. I would need time to do that. I'm glad.
Well, what is your request as I instructed to disregard this officer's testimony under Heath? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to deny that. My suggestion is for purposes of whatever happens on appellate remedies, et cetera, motions for new trial, I get on it and look for that. Okay, again, the state has rested. We're outside the presence of the jury. Did you have another matter you want to take up?
Yes, Your Honor. Do you have a copy of the amended, the second amended indictment?
I do. Well,
Okay.
I've seen it, but I don't have it.
Yes, Your Honor. Just to remind the court, I guess our first issue, it's all a legal sufficiency issue, and it's a legal sufficiency issue that's sounded in and based upon the idea of a duty. So one of the things in the indictment is that the state has alleged that our client has a duty under Article 606, under Article 605, and under the Texas Education Code 37.081. The state has not produced any evidence of these statutes. We do not have any witness to testify about it. The jury cannot determine what the statute, how the statute would apply. If there is a duty, it's not even in front of it. It's not even in front of the jury. So they have not provided any evidence of these statutes and what their content is. Now, theoretically, the court's going to have to put those statutes in a jury charge, but that'll be the first time the jury's ever seen it. And so our first issue is that they have not established the duty about which they have put specifically in their indictment. They've not established, there's been no evidence at all throughout this trial, throughout the state's case, that discusses or talks about or even judicially notices these statutes. And so the jury will not be able to, based upon the state's case, will not be able to sufficiently apply the statutes to the law. That's our first issue. The second issue is that the indictment has witness one as the person who supposedly gave the information, then based on having that information from witness one, alleging that Adrian Gonzales failed to do these things. throughout the entire case, witness one was not identified. And the reason that that's important is that there were probably 3 or 4 witnesses that gave Mr. Gonzales information. And the analysis and the jury's analysis would change based upon who that witness one is. Is it Coronado saying I think he's in the school? Is it the dispatcher talking about, where they think it is, heading towards the school with the gun? Any of those things. So witness one, having not been identified in the state's case, would not allow the jury to, I guess, unanimously determine who witness one is, and did Adrian fail to do his duty, which is under statutes that they don't know about and have not heard about. Did he fail to do his duty based upon information given by witness one? It's not a matter of that they think, or that they can say, oh, well, we all know it's Melody Flores, or we all know that it's whatever. They have to provide some proof on that if they have witness one in the indictment. I know that there is some case law that deals with pseudonyms and pseudonym issues, but the problem with that is that with the pseudonym, that's usually in a sexual assault case, and it's usually there's not anybody else that was sexually assaulted. So it's pretty clear from the evidence. In this case, there are several people that give information to Mr. Gonzales at different times. And so, I mean, is witness one Donald Page, who's, as they're going down the hallway, saying, I think he's in that room right there. That's a general location being advised, but in that instance, they wouldn't say that he failed to go and distract him, because he did. And so the jury could find, if that was witness one, the jury could find that. So it's kind of basic proof that they have to provide, that the jury has to have. And then finally, we do have the case law, Luther versus Texas Parks and Wildlife, which states that, and it specifically talks about section 606, and it states that the object of the code is not to impose new duties on government actors, the breach of which could give rise to, in this case, civil liability. Our argument is if it can't give rise to civil, it can't give rise to criminal. Rather, the code merely attempts to set forth guidelines for peace officers, sheriffs, and others to follow in the performance of their everyday responsibilities. So what this case is talking about is that these duties that the prosecution has alleged in the indictment, their intent is to tell officers what they can and cannot do. It's not to impose some sort of civil or criminal, really. I mean, it doesn't say that in this case. They're talking about a civil case. But the criminal aspect is I think everybody's heard, it's the first time in Texas anybody's tried to do this. So this is if you took what they said about the civil issues, if it can't give civil liability, then it for sure can't give criminal liability, which has so much more consequences to a person. So their duty, their theory of duty is flawed, but even so, they didn't present any evidence of their theory of duty. There's no evidence of what the statutes are and what they say, or whether there's a duty or whether that duty was breached. And then finally, they don't provide any evidence on witness one, which obviously, if it could be several different people, then it changes the analysis. So ultimately, our argument is that they have not proven and they have not provided evidence on every element that they have indicted beyond a reasonable doubt that a rational juror could find beyond a reasonable doubt. And so we're asking the court to grant a directed verdict.
All right, state's response.
Yes, Your Honor, as to duty, the case law is clear that duty is purely a matter for the judge to decide. Once the judge decides that, the judge then instructs the jury on duty. Duty is not a matter for the jury to decide. It's a matter for the court to decide. Many cases involving parents' duties, as far as children and child abuse cases, in which the court does not grant the state's request to introduce the case law to the jury, rather that their job is to give them what the law is based on the law. So it's not the jury's job to make that decision. It's the judge's job to make that determination based on whether or not there's proof that this officer is a police officer. The second issue, as to witness number one, there's ample proof that there was only one witness that identified where the shooter was, and that is Melody Flores. And so the jury has ample evidence to find beyond a reasonable doubt that Melody Flores is witness number one.
All right, I'm going to overrule the motion for instructed verdict at this time. So you ready to proceed? You need time?
We need just a little bit of time, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
All right, he's our timekeeper. We're going to tell the jury they got 10 more minutes on their break, and tell me when 10 is up. but we'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
let her know.
Okay, be seated in the courtroom, please. Members of the jury, state has rested its case in chief. The defense has called its first witness, and she has been sworn outside your presence. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, ma'am. First, could you just please introduce yourself to the jury?
Claudia Isabel Rodríguez.
And I guess, Ms. Rodriguez, I want to start by setting up why you're here and what involvement you have. So can you please tell us at the time in 2022 where you worked?
Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home Secretary.
And we have heard somewhat about that funeral home. Can you tell us in relation to Robb's school where that funeral home is located?
It's located on Geraldine between Bettis and Grove.
And in its location, are you able to stand in your place of business where you work and look out and see Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir.
And the side specifically of Robb Elementary, what side of the school are you able to see?
It's the back of the school where the soccer fields are.
Okay. And would that include what we've heard of as the teacher parking lot, or that parking lot that's around there with the cars and everything on the back side of that building?
That is correct.
So I want to go through and just tell the jury, from your perspective, tell the jury what happened that morning, starting with the crash.
So I'm at my desk. I hear a loud noise. Look to my cameras. I do not see anything in the camera that can justify the noise. So at this time, I want to get up and go check the premises because it's possible that there's a crevice in the camera that maybe didn't or can't read or show. When I stand up from my desk, through my window, I could see that I know now the top of a truck. I run to the lobby where my two coworkers are at, and I ask them to come help call 911 for a car accident at the ditch.
And so we've heard from Mr. Limones. Can you tell us who Mr. Limones was and what he did at the funeral home?
Mr. Limones was a funeral attendant at the time.
And so you've had them call 911. What did you do next?
Gilbert Limones and Cody Briseño are running out the door with me behind. Gilbert Limones is already on the phone before we exit our door with 911 to initially tell them it was a car accident.
And did you find out that it was more than a car accident?
Yes.
Tell us what happened there.
Well, upon the gentleman running across the street to Geraldine upon the sidewalk of the ditch, my two coworkers are asking if he's okay. He never says anything. He's trying to ajar the driver door, but because of the impact, he cannot. So he crawls over to the passenger side and exits the vehicle.
And after he exited, can you give us an idea of like how close you are, how close Mr. Limones is?
The two gentlemen are at the sidewalk, at the ditch, at the sidewalk. I am across the street on our curve still, if you will, at the funeral home, but at the end of our property there.
And then you said he exits the passenger side.
Exits the passenger side.
What happened next?
The gentlemen are still asking if, does he need help? Is there anybody else? Again, quiet, doesn't say anything. I can see him reach in through the passenger window, pulling up an object, like straight up. That's when Cody Briseño screams out, he has a gun.
And when that happened, do you know if anybody was on the phone with 911 from the funeral home?
Yes, Gilbert's on the phone.
Okay.
Still.
So Gilbert's on the phone. I guess when you said, hey, there's been a wreck, somebody needs to call 911, it was Gilbert that got on the phone.
Yes, sir.
On the 911. And we've heard that call, and just for the jury's reference, we hear a woman screaming. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. So now he's gotten out, he has a gun. What's the next thing you remember?
When Cody says he's got a gun, we kind of turn around, but or they turn around to run towards or retreat back to the funeral. I could still see him. He does not have a clip in the gun, so he loads the gun with a clip and then shoots at us.
And what did you do? You and I guess all of you, what did you do as he starts shooting?
We retreated into the funeral home, thinking maybe he's following.
Sure. I think originally, if I understand what you're saying, originally you thought this guy's about to come in the funeral home after us.
Yes.
And you were reasonable to think so, obviously. The while you were there was in Mr. Limones, Gilbert's on the phone with 911. Is he communicating the things that are happening to you guys to 911?
Yes.
While you were there, and when you can look into the ditch, and obviously Mr. Limones was closer than you, could you
Yes.
tell what he was wearing, what color clothing he was wearing?
Yes.
And you, meaning you and Gilbert and the people there, trying to communicate the clothing he was wearing and the color to dispatch?
I believe Gilbert is trying to describe, yes.
Now, when he came out of the car with that gun, were you able to realize that this was a rifle and not a pistol?
Correct.
So you could see that clearly as he comes out and you see what he's holding in his hand.
Yes,
And you said that he didn't have a magazine in, so he loaded.
correct.
Okay. Now, at this time, you're inside the funeral home. What's the next thing that you see?
So Gilbert is now telling them that he shot at us and that he is jumping the fence.
And when you say jumping the fence, where does that fence, what is being fenced off by that fence?
It's the fence that ends the property of the school at Robb.
Okay. And so when he jumped that fence, what's the next thing that you saw the shooter do?
He grabbed what he tossed over the fence and started walking the paved little sidewalk to the teacher parking lot.
And so when you saw him, could you see him from the funeral home? Could you see him clearly?
Yes,
And just to describe for us, are you like looking out of like glass doors? Or are you looking out of a window?
I am back at my office watching him.
And as you're watching him and looking from your office, I guess there's a window in your office.
Yes,
And as you're looking, you're watching him just slowly walk towards the school.
yes, sir.
And you said he goes to the teacher parking lot. So I want to ask you about that. Was there a time that, I guess when you see him go to the teacher parking lot, well, just describe for the jury what you saw him do when he got there.
So before he gets to the parking lot, I remember him, obviously his back to me, he's wearing a cap, a black hoodie. He removes his cap. He shakes out his hair and replaces his hat or cap on his head. Walks to the teacher parking lot where he takes cover, if you will, behind or on the side of a white parked car.
And when you say he takes cover, is he, from where you can see, is he shielded? Does he shield himself from view for a certain period?
Yes,
Now, just because he's shielded from maybe others' view, are you still able to have a line of sight to
Yes.
the shooter?
yes.
What is he doing when he's,
He
There.
is reloading.
and so, Your Honor, may I press the witness?
Sir.
Yes, sir. I know it's been a while since I've done it, so I forgot you allowed us to do it. I'm showing you defendants 12. Now, you talked about one of the first things you did when you heard the wreck was that you looked at your you said your cameras to see if that
Yes.
would explain it.
Yes,
So you have familiarity with the cameras that were at the funeral home at the time.
yes,
And have I showed you a little clip that's very much zoomed in and very pixelated of one of the camera angles and views from your funeral home?
yes,
All right, and is that contained on defendants 12?
yes.
Or are we offer defendants 12?
Okay.
All right. May we
Submitted.
post the jury?
Yes.
And so what I want to do is, I'm going to put that up there behind you. I'll tell you. So I'm going to direct your attention. I'm going to come up here. Like I said, it's very pixelated. But when we talk about these, you can see that these are vehicles, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you're talking about the vehicles in that parking lot, these would be kind of the ones towards the right side of the parking lot, like I guess closer to the funeral home than the ones over. All right. Can you push play? And now, focusing your attention here. You see this figure walking right here?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the person that you saw that you identified as the shooter?
Yes.
I want to watch. Can you go back? Can you play it again? It's very hard to see because it is pixelated, as Ranger Hill told us. I want you to watch to see if you can see a white car that runs up that side. You see that white car going up?
Yes,
Going
I do
quick?
remember.
Right. And at the time you see the white car, do you see the figure kind of ducking down
Yes.
between the cars? Is that how you remember seeing it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if the jury were shown, you see, let me orient you to this map. This is the parking lot. And these would be, I guess, those two cars that we're looking at that's on the right side. Now, you remember seeing him
Yes.
here, ducked between these two cars. Now, if the jury were shown that the shooter was right here, and I'm talking about this X that's kind of either this X or this X, and you see that that's towards the front part of that parking lot.
Right.
If the jury were shown that he was there when that white car went through, does that video reflect that he was standing here, or does it reflect that he was standing in between these two cars?
By the two cars.
By the two cars, and that's what you remember seeing.
Yes.
Right. So and you weren't here for that, but you would agree that if you were standing where those other X's were, that you would be kind of standing to the right of those cars, and any car that's driving by would drive right by him. Right. And let me just show you again, just so you can be sure. So these X's here and here, they're to the right of these cars here. You would
Yes.
agree with that, right? So if a car is driving right here, they would be driving right by anybody that's standing here and here, right?
Yes.
Okay. But if he's here in between these cars and ducking down and hiding, this car is not able to see this guy.
That is correct.
All right. And we actually have video evidence of where he was standing exactly when the white car drives by.
Yes.
Okay. So was there a point? And obviously, everybody has heard, the terror in your voice and Mr. Lamona's, and how awful all of this was for you to witness without being able to do anything about it. Was there a point when several officers showed up? They showed up to, I guess they were kind of there next to where you guys were at the funeral.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And did you personally attempt to communicate with those officers what you had seen and what you were still seeing and witnessing?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Gilbert and I are yelling at them upon their arrival and after they exited their car, that he's already inside.
And so you're telling them that he's inside.
Yes.
Were you pointing to the area where you
Yes.
went inside?
Yes.
So and if we could see on this map. So if you're here in the funeral home, are you pointing to this west side of the building
Yes.
and telling them that he's gone inside?
Yes.
Did the officers that you talked to, how many do you remember being there?
2.
Two. And you, look, if I could just show you, I think when we spoke, can you show us, you remember them being here on this street or around?
Well, actually, they're parked here in front of the Geraldine fence to the school,
Okay.
but this is Bettis.
Got it.
So like, right across.
And that's where you remember. And there were two officers. You told them, and did those officers then go immediately to where you told them and run inside the building?
No,
What did they do?
I believe, if I remember correctly, they got back into the car and went around the school towards the front of Robb.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it, Judge. I'll pass it.
No questions.
Recall either side.
Oh, yeah.
No, you're
Okay, ma'am, you are excused from the subpoena and you are not subject to recall. We would ask that you not talk to anybody about the case until you're aware the trial's over.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next one.
Defense calls Guillermo Cantu.
All right, sir, would you raise your right hand, please? Only you do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given in this cause will be true self you got.
Thank you, sir.
Have a seat and adjust that microphone if you need to.
All right.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cantu, when I called you to stand, I called you Guillermo. Is there another name that you typically go by?
I go by Willie.
Okay, so if I call you Willie or the state calls you Willie, you'd be okay with that as well?
Anything you want.
Sure, thank you, sir. So I want to start by giving the jury an understanding of why you're here. And so to do that, I'd like you to go through with the jury your training and your experience as a police officer. And I know that it's a long time, so just kind of start from the beginning and walk them through basically your resume and what you've done as a police officer.
Okay. I've been retired for a little over or almost 3.5 years from the San Antonio Police Department. I graduated the police academy in 1989 and was stationed in the south side of town, B shift, which is 1 to 11 type of shift. And shortly thereafter, there was an incident that actually put me out for a little bit, got injured on duty, and was placed on light duty for a little bit, a couple of months, and they put me in the SWAT office. I didn't ask for it, but they did. And as I was recuperating, well, I got shot chasing a car thief at that time. So as I was recuperating, I got to know the guys and just be around. And obviously, I was kind of a dispatcher, so to speak, for them. Facilitated different things. Would run, check people for warrants, and provide them information for whatever database that I had. Then when I went back to patrol, there was an opening on SWAT, and I tried out, and I didn't make it initially. There were 2 openings, and that was fine. I only had 3 years on. I was pretty much a rookie. And then one came up, and I was selected to go to the SWAT team. From the SWAT team, I was there for 17 years. And obviously, you start out as a rookie to begin with. You're trying to learn everything as much as you can. They're putting you through training, whether it be from the officers that are there present that already know this experienced guys, or they send you to training schools, as you guys have already heard from other testimony. It seemed at that point that they had like an open checkbook. They were sending me to training after training, which was fine. And then obviously through, you validate that training through on-the-job experience and activity. And of course things evolve, tactics evolve, and you just try to learn to do your job as best as possible. We did a lot more than pretty much what's going on now. We ran a lot of warrants, whether they be arrest warrants or narcotic search warrants, and they were all no-knock warrants. And I know that's kind of controversial nowadays, but that's all we ran. I was not a bigger person. I wasn't necessarily a breacher at the time. I was more of a point guy and somewhere in between up in the front. We used the ballistic shields a lot back then because we did a lot of deliberate entries, meaning slow and methodical as you're doing building searches. And then again, things evolved. Me and another of my friends who happened to be a classmate went to a building assault class for MP5 submachine guns, and we brought a new set of tactics and entry tactics because we didn't really have a good method of dynamic entry at the time that I started. We were still evolving, and it was called immediate threat, and we transitioned to that. And so me and my colleague taught the rest of the team that. And then I began to get specialized. I was distraction device, less lethal instructor, chemical agents instructor, shield instructor, things like that. Other people did other things. You had snipers, you had breachers. We were somewhat trained in breaching, but we had the big boys to do that. You know, we had enough of the people. And then I went back to patrol for a couple of years, and then I was asked to go to a covert unit. And mind you, I'm still a patrolman at the patrolman's rank, and I'm asked to go to this covert unit called ROPE, Repeat Offenders Program. And as a uniform, not necessarily a presence, but we were kind of the ones that would stop the vehicles, knock down, and I'm using general terms, approach and arrest people in open areas and things like that. And obviously search them and transport them and things for the covert detectives that were there. And then I promoted at that time to detective, and I got to stay there as a covert detective, and was there for almost 9 years.
So, you know, and we kind of talked a lot on the front end. I want to go through a few of these things. So SWAT, you have 17 years on SWAT, and which obviously requires a lot of training. SWAT stands for Special Weapons and Tactics.
That's right.
Okay, so describe, when we talk about special weapons, what kind of things are we talking about there?
Well, at the time I got onto SWAT, we were still carrying the revolvers. So I was given, and the SWAT guys did, had semi-automatic weapons that they got, a pistol, a handgun that they gave us. And it was a 9mm at the time. And then, so we had shotguns as well. And some of them were short-barreled shotguns, which obviously were not legal to the public. Short barrels are a lot easier to maneuver when you're inside close quarters. We had rifles, AR-15s at the time, and some guys had like some automatic weapons, but they were not really. It was like, hey, we got it on a warrant, you know. They recovered the evidence, and we kind of borrowed it, you know. But that was not everybody had them. With the chemical agents, which we considered a weapon, and those were different at the time as well. You know, those evolved. At the time, we had less lethal, but less lethal was at the very beginning of what they pretty much started as what they are now. Breaching material was also pretty basic as well.
So, and I want to talk. So you talked about breaching material, and the jury's heard tons about it. But is it fair to say that when you're training with SWAT, you're training with a group of people, right?
Yes, sir.
As part of a team.
Correct.
And so when people will say call SWAT, they're not like expecting one guy to show up. The SWAT team shows up and everybody has an assigned role.
Correct.
Okay. So, and as SWAT would show up, and really what I'm trying to do is differentiate SWAT between SWAT, active shooter, hostage, all those things. But as far as SWAT goes, the training for SWAT is that you train as a team, you have special weapons and that you're trained to use, such as maybe ARs, such as distraction devices, such as chemical weapons. Vest, what kind of vest would SWAT usually respond with?
We would have the rifle rated vests primarily, because obviously those would also protect you against small arms. But again, we evolved. We had some big vests that would tell us they were fitted, and they were not. They were very uncomfortable. And then we had ballistic helmets as well.
So the end of your time in SWAT, I guess, what year would that be at the end of your time?
Um, I'm not good with math necessarily, but
Well, if you've been retired 3 years,
I retired in 2022.
right. So in the incident that we're talking about, the Robb Elementary mass murder of these children happened in 2022.
Right.
So I want to focus your training, SWAT training, things that you might have known, like how the SWAT teams existed at the time towards the end of your career, right? So the things that, I guess the way that people were trained and everything else with SWAT. So the idea with SWAT, or anybody who's received SWAT training, would be like you're going out as part of a team with your rifle rated vest and your helmet and your rifle rated shield and your AR-15 and your rifle and all of those things, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and I mentioned that because the prosecution's mentioned that, Adrian had SWAT training or whatever, but that would be a totally different kind of scenario than the one we're talking about here that was happening that day at Robb.
Right. I mean, SWAT training is an evolution. You start obviously from the beginning, and you're selected, at least in San Antonio. You actually go through a tryout. They have whatever kind of analysis that they do on you, and that evolved from the time that I started as well. It just so happened when I went through, they were hosting a basic SWAT school at the time, and they said, well, what better way to evaluate these applicants than to put them all through the basic SWAT school. So we went through pretty much a week-long analysis to be selected for that spot at least, but they couldn't do it every time there was an opening on SWAT.
Sure. And I mean, so it's a unit that is highly trained as a team for special weapons and tactics, that you're assuming that whenever you guys roll out as a SWAT unit, you're rolling out with all of this equipment that you would normally have and have trained with, right?
Right.
Yeah. Now, of course, Willie Cantu, who just comes upon a situation. You may be SWAT trained, or you may have gone and be on the SWAT team, but if it's just you, obviously things are going to be different. You would agree with that?
Right. You do kind of, you get into a mode sometimes if you're doing a lot of operations with the team, like warrants, or a lot of times we did crowd control and things like that. You get this kind of this commonality that you're operating with other people. And then and the good thing about us is that we did do directed patrol, proactive when we were doing high risk warrants or critical incidents or training. They put us out in the hot spots of San Antonio, and we were in police uniform. We were in slick top cars where we had the lights were in the grill, and it was like go look for trouble, and we were bound to make arrests and things like that.
And so I want to talk a little bit about your experience. You told the jury that pretty soon after you started and became a police officer, you were shot in the line of duty.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you had other experiences that would be considered high stress experiences?
Many.
And have you been trained on how stress can affect a police officer or a normal person that's going through traumatic or high stress experiences, like how it affects their senses?
I wouldn't say train necessarily. You just kind of figure it out. I mean, yeah, you hear people say, hey, take deep breaths, try to focus on this and things like that. But I experienced those things where I started out being that guy, like, all over the place initially. And as you do things more often, and then you train more and more, you get more confident in your abilities. And there's so many things that are going on, handling the weapon, where you position it, whether it be a pistol or a rifle, obviously making sure to be safe to the people that are around you, including the people you're pointing it to, your foot movements, your communication, where you should be looking. You get very comfortable with those things. And that lessens your stress when you're involved in what might be considered a stressful incident. And a lot of times, if you've been there before, that also helps. And it's even better if you were successful that time before.
So somebody who has not necessarily been in that kind of situation. And it sounds like from your career, you were part of units that would intentionally be in high risk, high stress situations.
Yes, sir.
All right. So somebody who had a career like yours in a major city with repeat offenders and no-knock warrants and all of those things, you would go through and have those experiences more often than, say, somebody who even has 10 years in a small town without those things.
The frequency of those experiences matter. I use a general term, we were in the mix. If you got out of the mix for a little bit, let's say you take a week-long vacation, it takes a while to get back into it once you get to work, because then you hit the ground running again. It's kind of weird. Even though you've done it for years, it takes you a while to catch back up in a sense.
And so some of the materials the prosecution has entered into evidence talks about that these kind of skills are perishable skills, meaning that you can, what's a phrase that kind of sums up perishable skills about if you don't use it?
If you don't use them, you lose them.
Right. And so as far as the experiences that a human goes through in these high stress situations, can you talk about some of those experiences as far as like how your senses are affected?
Yeah, a lot depends on if you were surprised to begin with. If you were expecting it, that's a different approach at the beginning. If they come up on you and you're not expecting it, then you have to really catch back up to orient yourself. We've been talking about that OODA loop. Orient yourself to it, and then you start processing whatever you've recognized as what's going on at the time. But rephrase the question again, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, sure. Like, well, I mean, have you heard of auditory exclusion?
Oh, right. That auditory exclusion, and that doesn't happen all the time. You lose your fine motor skills. You become very aware. Like we've had people say, well, he pointed a gun at me, and because they're so stressed, to describe the gun as a big gun, but because their eyes zoomed in on that gun, and it was not a very big gun. It's just perception distortion is what it is. A lot of times, in the tunnel vision that we've been talking about, you get focused on something and you're trying to orient whatever it is. You're not seeing a lot that's around it, and then you're having other stimuli coming in that you may not hear, which is what you're talking about, the auditory exclusion.
Sure. And and you personally, having had these experiences and in your career and in these high stress situations, have you experienced these things happening and you try to, I guess, correct for that, and you try to figure out like, okay, I'm having tunnel vision, I need to kind of widen my periphery and things like that, that is based on your extensive experience with these types of calls?
It's a lot of times it takes care of itself the more experience you get. Like I tell people, and it's not a boastful claim. I mean, I've seen pinpoint. I'm trying to think of the word. I just lost the word.
Accuracy?
No, I can't believe I lost the word. But my vision is wider when I've been trained and I'm more comfortable. It starts out pinpoint, and then as you get more comfortable, then your vision starts widening more and more. And I'm not saying it's like this and I'm just calm and cool. I'm just able to focus on more because I don't have to worry about so many other things.
And the purpose of this is to contrast somebody who's been in, I mean, you spent 17 years basically every day at the office was trying to confront somebody who was violent or potentially violent.
Correct.
Arresting somebody and running into their house or catching them as they're running out of the house with weapons. All of those things that was the substance of your career.
Correct.
Now, I want to go through in this particular case, did we ask you to review the evidence and I guess all the things that you could access as far as what happened that day on May 24th, 2022 at Robb Elementary?
Yes, what I was provided, yes,
Yes.
and there was a lot.
Yes. In that review, I want to talk about in terms of that review, did you apply your experience that you have, your training, in order to discuss with the jury your impression or your opinions about Adrian's actions as well as the actions of other officers there?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and so that's what I want to start moving to. I guess, can you tell us, in this situation, we know that it started with a wreck, and we know about these bailouts that you've heard, and just so that the jury's clear, because of your status as a witness who we are calling to kind of tie a lot of this together, you've been present in the courtroom, you're allowed to hear the other witnesses because you need to get that information as part of your opinion, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with the fact that you've been sitting here. As far as like the wreck and how that started and the bailouts and all of that, can you put that into perspective for the jury about a police officer who's responding to a call for something like that?
Adrian or just anyone
Well,
responding?
Adrian, but really any officer based upon your experience. Like, what does that do when we're talking about a call like this?
When an officer gets a call for service, obviously they get information from the dispatcher. And what we quickly learn is that a lot of, at least in San Antonio, I don't know if it is in Uvalde, they have a call taker that takes the information and then it goes to the dispatcher. And then the dispatcher puts out the information. Some dispatchers are better than others. If it's a critical incident and people are frantic, well, then some of the information may not come across as you'd like. Once you get to information, you try to discern what's going on. Obviously, they'll give you a location, and you are supposed to respond. In this instance, it was an accident that was dispatched not directly to Adrian. And then shortly after it was that the suspect has a gun. And that is another thing you have to process. What does that mean that they have a gun? Is it displayed or does it look like they have a gun? Is it under the clothing? We've had a lot of times things like that where they move like this and they had a gun and they put it out because some people think that you're going to respond faster if they put out that there's a weapon. We've had that happen as well. So you have to discern, is there really a gun there?
Sure. Now, and just to talk about that, you would agree that somebody having a gun, and you're going through like, do they really, do they not? But if it's dispatched that they have a gun and shots are fired.
Now it's a lot more real.
Right. Now, in your review of this, was the dispatch that went out, Mr. Limones described the shooter, described that he was running towards the school, shooting at the school, which would be shots fired, right?
Correct.
Was that information conveyed over the radio in its entirety? The fact that
Not at the onset, no.
right, and so an officer responding to that scene is that there is somebody who wrecked and the person has a gun and is going towards the school, running towards the school.
Correct.
All right, so now I want to talk about in terms of, and what you've seen is from the evidence is how Adrian responded. Is that when he gets there, he sees a person, Melody Flores, running. Without the description of what the person is wearing, talk about as an officer responding to a person is running towards the school with a gun, talk about how that would affect an officer, or what the proper thing for an officer to do in that situation.
Yes, and to be clear that he believed it was a male, and at the time what he saw with Melody was she had short hair, and from that distance he thought it was a male. And he got tunnel vision on that person in a sense. And I mean, obviously identified them and said, I need to go that way.
And is it appropriate? I mean, is that expected that if, let's say you or somebody else is arriving and see somebody running towards the school after you've been told a person with a gun is running towards the school, is that appropriate to fix in on that person and to go after that person?
Yeah, you're searching for the person in question. And if you see no one else, which I have not heard of, that there was anyone else that they had to go, well, I don't know, is that person, then you focus on that person. And then you have to decide, what am I going to do? What am I going to do about it? Obviously, I mean, to me, if just anyone near a school with a weapon, I wouldn't take any chances.
That's right. So we've seen the video of Adrian's car responding to Melody Flores, basically. And if I could, I'll show you this map. Can you use this please and trace and just trace the route
of
that Adrian took to get to Melody Flores? Like, where did he go and how did he drive?
Okay, it's not going to be exact because I'm looking at it through video and things like that.
Sure.
What I do know is from what Adrian has described, he's coming this way on Geraldine. I would guess what's that, kind of northeast bound in a sense. And this is where the crash site is right here. So he's coming this way. From the video that I see, he slows at the crash right here. You can see it from the funeral home. He slows down, and which is very reasonable to do, having to look over, are there more people? You got to see how bad the crash is, pretty much. And then I believe at that point, then he speeds up when he gets right here to this gate, of which he said is supposed to be closed and locked. It's wide open. And then I guess Melody Flores was over here. So you see Adrian speed up, and he comes this way, and he comes this way, and he gets this way right here to Melody. Now, mind you, there's no driveway. I mean, it looks like it right here, like people have been driving, but this is the driveway right here. He kind of goes off road with a patrol vehicle.
And so going off road, it doesn't look like he's traveling at a high rate of speed.
Oh, yes.
Now, in a situation like that, where he's received a call like that, and he believes he spotted somebody that, because we're talking about match the description, and I want it to be clear. The description he had is that somebody has a gun and is running towards the school. That's his description, right?
Right.
Now, a person, if they have a pistol and they're running away from you, right, they have a pistol and they're running away from you. Can you tell if they have it here? Can you tell if they have a gun?
No,
Right. And so,
not from that distance at all.
yes. And are you taught to assume that in a situation like this, that everyone is armed until you can see their hands and you know that they're not?
That's with a lot of things that are potentially suspect.
Right. So, because the idea is, and I think they beat that into y'all early, is that if you assume that somebody is not armed, that's when they're going to pull a gun from somewhere and end your life.
Well, when I got shot, that was kind of the case.
Did you assume that he wasn't?
No, I didn't assume that he wasn't, but I saw his hands clearly, and he had a screwdriver in one of them, so which told me he was stealing the car.
And then where did he pull the gun from?
It must have been from his waistband because I never saw the weapon. It happened really fast. I caught up to him, and he spun around, was kind of running backwards. He shot from the hip. I saw the flashes, but I never saw the gun.
And did you have your vest on?
I was off duty.
You're off duty.
Yeah, no vest.
And so I want to talk about that a little bit. The idea of running after somebody, and you said you didn't know he was armed. Now, if you were told that he was armed, right, that he had a gun, somebody had told you that he had a gun. The idea of running after somebody as they're running, you've been told they have a gun, that is a dangerous situation. You would agree?
I would keep more distance.
Sure, you would, but you would agree that it's dangerous to go after somebody that you know has a gun.
Well, we're always reactive. Well, not always. I mean, most of the time, law enforcement are reactive,
Right.
And action beats reaction. So we're always trying to catch up to to situations a lot of the times. I say always, a lot of the times.
And so my point is that Adrian didn't pull up to, look at this map. Adrian didn't pull up. And I think just so we can get it out there, you agree that it is reasonable that Adrian believed that the person running that way was the person that they're talking about who was armed.
Very reasonable. Yes.
Very reasonable. So let's go from the mindset of somebody who is responding. They see that. Adrian did not continue on Geraldine,
No.
right? He didn't go around the school to say, let me go try to meet this shooter over here on the other side of the school.
Correct.
He went directly after the person that had the gun, that he thought.
And like I've said, our tactics was at the time, and not his, but immediate threat. You go towards the threat.
That's right. And with everything that he had, and knowing, because you've seen that video as well that I just showed with Ms. Martinez, you've seen the video of the shooter in between those cars.
Yes, sir.
You've heard the testimony of Mr. Lamones that he saw what we know to be Adrian's car, and he saw the shooter at the same time, and there was no way that Adrian could have seen the shooter.
No. And again, that's what tunnel vision does. You know, it can be very pinpoint, and unless you've experienced it, then you'll understand what just how bad it can be. It causes what I've learned to describe inattentive blindness. It's like when you get stressed, I'm late for work, and I need to find my keys to my car. I can't find my keys. I can't, and you have them in your hand. That's inattentive blindness because you're stressed. And granted, you know, maybe your last time it'd be late. I don't know, but it's even worse when other things are going on. Now, mind you, Adrian was also driving fast. He was going code 2 from where he was responding. So that adds to your stress trying to get, to a location safely without running anybody over and getting to an accident yourself.
And so him attempting to and trying to go after the person he thinks is the shooter, you would agree is him intentionally putting himself into a potentially dangerous situation.
Yeah, yes, because what I learned from how they handled bailouts, all these bailouts we keep hearing about, was they would establish somewhat of a perimeter to make sure that they didn't come in to the school. So holding outside would have been reasonable, believing that it was a bailout. Instead, Adrian, for one, volunteered for the call, which he didn't have to, and it's an accident. But when he hears that they have a gun near the school, well, that's his actually, and I won't say jurisdiction, it's his area of responsibility. Sure. He's a police officer. He's supposed to respond to what he might think is a danger to the kids. So he goes directly to what he thinks is the threat, because he doesn't hear that there's any more people involved at this point.
Right, and you know that from the radio traffic. We also know from Melody Flores that the grounds had been cleared of students and others. By the time that she starts running, there's no more students that are around or any more teachers. She's the only one out there. So, you know, when you went after a guy who was running from you, he turned around and shot you and could have killed you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and I guess it just, because I really want to establish here that Adrian is not running away from what he thinks is the threat. He's running towards what he thinks is the threat.
Right. Then you have to decide what you're going to do when you get there.
That's right. And I'm assuming the options would be run them over with a car if you can identify them. Get out.
And maybe one.
Sure. I mean, get out. But if you're trying to get out of your vehicle while you're right up there next to a person, they're going to have you at a little bit of a disadvantage while you're trying to exit. You see what I mean?
Again, you're reacting. I mean, we have rules that we have to play by. Adrian didn't have a body camera, but when now you have body cameras, there's those things get scrutinized, and we have to follow whatever training, whatever laws pertaining to even the suspect's right at the time.
Sure. And because if he never was clear, never did identify that, hey, this is one of the coaches or the teachers at the school, what he thought, and he runs that person over, then he would have problems, in that situation.
Very much.
So, but as far as, I guess what I'm saying is if I run to a shooter, if I'm driving to a shooter and now I'm parked right next to them and they really are a shooter, how do I get out of my car without this guy just starting right into the car? But he was willing to do that. You can see that he's willing to do that because he does it.
I'm objecting to leading this witness, Your Honor.
Sustain.
So as far as so we have, like, we're in that situation. Now I want to talk about when Adrian is on that south side. You've heard that there's radio traffic from Adrian that says shots fired. Now I want to talk about echo. So can you explain, in your experience, that idea about echo?
Yeah, echo, just depending on whatever location that you're at. The sound, what they call the rapport, it bounces off hard surfaces. That's why you see sometimes, like in sound rooms, they'll have, these soft types of panels that absorbs the sound. But if it's a brick wall, if it's a hard floor, it echoes a lot because it bounces off those waves. And in open areas with multiple buildings and things like that, that sound, especially from a high-powered rifle, will bounce further, and it's hard to discern, even with an echo, where it might be coming from.
And is that common in, I think, every officer's experience that you know, except for perhaps Ranger Hill?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The echo and it being hard to discern the location of shots.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Ranger Hill said he could do it, but the officers that you know and the experiences that you have, is that it's
Objection sidebar, Your Honor.
Sustain.
So so when somebody is in that position where Adrian is, and shots are being fired, can it be difficult to locate where the shots are coming from
Especially if you're on the opposite side of where they're coming from.
and why?
Because it's blocked, the rapport and is blocked from even getting to them. So it's either coming up or whatever. Like, it's not, obviously you can't visualize it or see it, but that's why you have these other witnesses that describe what sound like a dumpster, not shots, what sound like fireworks. I'm sure that's what Adrian was hearing as well.
Well, talk about because we know now that he was with a witness, Melody Flores, but when she testified that she was inconsistent, I guess.
Objection to leading the witness, Your Honor, and the sidebar.
All right, I'll sustain if you'll rephrase it, please.
I'm just confused on the sidebar. Is it sustained a leading? Because I didn't think it was I wasn't trying to do a sidebar. I was trying to set up the expert.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead and rephrase it.
Did you hear Melody Flores testify?
I did.
Okay. And what directions, plural, did she say that these shots were coming from, or that she told the ranger that the shots were coming from?
She said, he's over there, he's over there.
Did she also testify, or did you hear her testify about where she believed the shooter entered the building?
On the south side.
Right. So I want to talk about frantic witnesses, or witnesses that have gone through and seen these things. Are they always going to accurately convey what's happening?
No, and I think we've seen that in this trial so far, and how they testify and what they said in the interviews. No disrespect to Miss Flores at all. She was definitely there, experienced all the trauma that was going on, but people process that type of stuff differently. And based on her testimony, and of course, I also listened to 2 of her interviews with the Rangers. There was a lot of the information wasn't really very clear. And obviously one of them, the first one was like 7 days later. And I was an investigator for 9 years, so I've interviewed people as well to try to extract the same type of information. And then you kind of have an idea of whether I'm not going to say she's not credible at all, but whether that information is credible at the time.
And so let me give you a hypothetical. I guess you're placed in this position where Adrian's placed, speaking to a witness. And the witness is telling you that he is going into the south side of the building. Do you have sight on the south side of the building?
Somewhat, yes.
So from here, you can see what's happening here.
Right.
Okay. So if a witness is telling you that a person is going into the south side and you see that that's not happening, what do?
Well, you're still trying to figure it out because he even drove by that place. He didn't see anyone up this way. So he's trying to process it appears he's trying to process the information. Like, I already know, I have like history through there and I didn't see anyone. So who are you? That's why he said, who is that way?
Sure. And so if your eyes are telling you that this witness, what she is saying is not actually happening, so you have to go back through, and just hypothetically, like going back through the OODA loop and going back through where you have to observe, orient, decide, and act.
That's a very hard thing to explain to people because they don't experience it, but you're correct. You have to reassess what's going on. Not to mention there's other things coming in. He's got 2 radios on him that have a lot of probably chatter and traffic, as with any critical incident would happen. Most likely sirens going on as officers are arriving. Whatever he might see and people coming and arriving, he has to take all that into account. At the same time, listen to this witness.
And at the same time, are shots being fired?
Correct.
Okay. So here, and I guess my point being that if your ears and your eyes are telling you that what the witness is saying is untrue or just not accurate, do you automatically just run off to wherever the witness has told you if your other senses are telling you that it's not accurate information?
No, it takes different people, different amounts of time to figure out that's the action I need to take. And again, not being sure where it's coming from, is it going to stay there? If it's going on over there, is it going to stay there? Or is it going to move somewhere else?
And were you able to hear what Melody Flores had told the Rangers and the DA investigator about how long she was standing there speaking with Adrian Gonzales?
2 to 7 minutes.
2 to 7 minutes. Now, we know it couldn't be 7 because 7, a lot of other stuff has happened. But in the 2 to 3 minute range, if she is there, talking to him, telling him things, just in a hypothetical, is that another thing that is distracting or is not, I guess, is it another thing that's other pieces of information that makes it difficult to discern what's actually happening?
Very much so, yes.
Now, we heard, and I want to talk about when we know that Adrian has processed where he believes the shooter is based upon his senses and what Melody Flores is telling him. What is the point where we can all say, we know that Adrian has processed that information?
When he starts broadcasting
Right.
the information that he believes is pertinent.
Right. And so before that, we don't know how he's taking the information, what information he's having to sift through. But once he broadcasts the information, we know that he's processed it and he's sending it out to others.
Right.
Right. And in your listening and in your experience with the radio traffic, has Adrian consistently broadcast the things that he's seeing when he's seeing them?
I believe that whatever he broadcast was pretty much the right information. Because a lot of times you should just give the clip notes and not give a speech on the radio because other people need to broadcast. Because a lot of times people under stress, they don't also broadcast the right stuff either. So I believe the information that was provided was sufficient.
Yeah, and I guess what I mean is, as well, is that the broadcast, typically shots are fired and he broadcasts shots fired.
Correct.
He doesn't wait a minute and say shots fired. He says it at the time he perceives it.
Right, because at the time he knows that other people are on the way, other officers.
He's on the west side of the building, teacher parking lot, supposedly wearing black, supposed to be wearing black. I guess that is the moment that we know he's processed where this guy is.
Right.
Okay, so in evaluating that, where is the shooter And what has happened at the time that Adrian broadcast this information?
He is by the door,
And
the west door, I'm sorry.
the west door,
Yes.
that's the upper door. And so, and I want to talk about cutting the pie, because one of the things the prosecutor said from opening statement is that Adrian had to get to that wall and try to distract, on that south side of the building. Were you able to look at the air conditioning unit in the fenced-in area around the air conditioning unit at the south side of the building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me, go through and talk about some of the complications of trying to get around that and what a person would have to do.
Well, for one, it was fenced in with like a chain link fence. So to try to gather as much information as you can, you want to see through that as well. And it's not easy. It's not to mention one side and then another side to see what's going on. That's one thing. And then to get up to that corner, because that in and of itself is not really covered at all. Bullets can actually go through that fencing there as well. And then obviously determine, is he still shooting? Is he coming my way? Is he going away from me? And move accordingly to what you see. And pie in the corners, as people call it, it can be taken quickly, or it can be taken slowly and methodically. Quickly, you being under stress, you lose a lot of the information that you're trying to gather. But slowly and methodically, in a dynamic situation, is too slow, so to speak. But it's taught slow and methodically first.
And so when we're talking about trying to use this building as cover, and just to remind everybody, by the time he's communicated that he knows where this guy is, the guy's inside the building. He's not over here anymore anyway, he's inside the building. Right. Okay, but let's assume after the communication, he goes over here. I think, can you explain to us with this AC unit causing this issue, like how does somebody pie that corner and where do they have to end up going?
Well, to get a better view of what you need to see, it's better to stay out wide right here and come out wider this way. If you come up and hug it, you don't see as much information as quickly as you'd like to see. So it's best to come out wide and give you a little bit of room to be able to see what's going on. I mean, you also have to worry about cover being taken this way, behind these cars. You're trying to figure out the actions of the suspect. What we know now, and again, it's all hindsight, is that that's the path he took based on the evidence that we see.
That's right. And so had Adrian done that, and he is like trying to pie this corner, the shooter's already where we see these X's by the time he has understood where the person is, and now he's trying to pie this corner.
Right.
If somebody does pie the corner out wide, and somebody is here, what is the backdrop for the person who's had to go around that corner?
Well, anything that's up this way and across the street,
And
it looks like a residence.
if here, shooting this direction, what's the backdrop? If they're out here shooting this way?
Well, you have the building and whatever its construction is made out of, the brick, and then you have to worry about the windows that are there.
Same backdrop that they would have.
Correct.
If you're out here and shooting into there that way or at somebody who's there.
There's definitely concerns from both ways.
But we know that at the time that we're talking about, the shooter wasn't there anyway.
Correct.
All right. So as far as having time to respond, when you talk about specifically having time to respond, by the time that he understands and broadcasts out where he believes the shooter is, based on hearing the witness, hearing the shots, all of those things, does he have time to respond to the shooter over on that west side of the building?
No.
Because why?
Because he's still trying to assess. One thing that we haven't necessarily mentioned, we're talking about hindsight, and I spoke to Adrian. I obviously listened to the interviews given by Sergeant Coronado and some of the other officers. They believed that this was a bailout and not an active shooter necessarily. and they're acting accordingly to what they've been doing.
Self-serving statements as to anything Adrian Gonzales would have said.
Your Honor, as an expert witness, he's entitled
That
to.
doesn't make it admissible. Like, he can give opinions, but he can't base it on inadmissible evidence.
He can make his opinion, or 703, make his opinion based upon any hearsay.
But not testify to the underlying facts if it's
All right.
admissible.
I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
So I guess what we're talking
But
about.
that would be to his direct conversation, not to the statement that he listened to, because it's already in evidence. So if you'll rephrase it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. Thank you. Well, I mean, and let's talk about Coronado. Let's talk about Sergeant Page. Let's talk about like the people who were there and the people who were, and Adrian in his statement that he gave. The bailout problem in Uvalde at that time was very, I guess, it was very real. It was very present.
Yes, sir. A lot.
And so I guess talk about what that does. If you assume something is one thing, does it make it harder to respond maybe accurately to the information that you're gathering?
Well, they're two different situations. From a bailout, what they're conditioned to, and I don't believe they had any training in handling bailouts. It just happened and they would deal with them. Then you're in that mode and that mindset of what I need to do. My conversation with Adrian, I wanted to know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah,
This
it's fine.
conversation with
So as far as, and I just,
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
so what the judges ruled is like, as far as your conversation with him, we can't talk about that. The prosecutor's objected to hearsay. But as far as just the things that you've seen in the evidence, right? And what you've heard testified to, I think every teacher that we had up here talked about the bailouts.
Yes.
Okay. So just talking about that in the sense of like, when you said conditioned, an officer can get conditioned based upon like this prevalent thing happening. What do you mean by that?
It happens frequently. It goes along with the training. When you train someone on something, especially tactics, whatever time frame that is, let's say 16 hours, then you're in that mindset of this is what we're going to be dealing with, let's say active shooter training. But in a real situation, and you're like, I've identified this as this, in this situation of bailout, well, that's where my mind goes to, and this is what I think I need to do and handle it. Whenever the situation changes on you, now you have to go back through your mind and bring up whatever training from whatever time you went through it and start implementing what you think you should do at the time. And different people handle that different ways.
Well, let's talk about how a different person handled it a different way. We've heard testimony that Coronado, Mendoza, Salcedo are on the west side of the building with line of sight to the shooter as the shooter is moving up the building. You've heard that.
Yes.
When Coronado, did you hear the testimony that Coronado called out at some point as he's going around the building that he thinks the shooter has gotten into the building?
Yes.
Okay. So how did Coronado respond to thinking that the shooter got into the building?
He believed that he was going to run through the building and spit out back out this way. I say spit out, come back out this way. Therefore, he went around this way to intercept him as he came out.
All right. And does that action tell you his mindset about what he's thinking is going on?
I believe he's thinking that it's a bailout.
It's a bailout. And that he's going to run through here.
Yes, sir.
Because you would agree that Coronado, after he gets around here to this side, you can obviously see that he did not run through. And then here's those shots. Coronado takes action as well and runs into the school.
Yes.
All right. So, and I just want to talk about the fact that this is not about Coronado trying to avoid engagement. It's about a complete mistake in the intention of the person going in the school.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So And so if Officer Coronado is so wrong, I mean, because obviously that's just, it's, in hindsight, you look at it and go, what are you doing, right?
Correct.
Right. But at the time, assuming good faith, which I assume good faith on Coronado's behalf, assuming good faith, he thinks that that's what the situation is.
Yes.
Okay. So any other officer who is confused about the situation, is that reasonable?
Very reasonable. Yes.
All right. So now going to, I guess, going to the point where Coronado has come around and we hear the shots that are coming from inside the building. Can it be difficult to determine with rifle fire like that? Can it be difficult to determine whether shots are coming from inside a building or outside a building?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so like, well, we can hear on Coronado's body cam, those shots are loud.
Yes.
And they're echoing off buildings.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Can it be difficult to determine whether shots are coming from inside a building or outside of a building?
It could be difficult, yes, especially if you're on the opposite side of the building.
And so did you, in your investigation and in looking at this case, were you able to pinpoint a time when Adrian knew in his mind that there were shots coming from inside of the building?
When he said that he saw them coming out of the window on the east side.
Right. And so at the point, now I say pinpointed time, that's the thing, but is there anybody that can say what time that bullet actually came out of that window?
No.
And after the bullet comes out of the window, do we see Adrian take action?
Yes.
And what action do we see him take?
Well, by then I believe Paige is with him and they go towards the south entrance of the school.
And do they enter the school?
They enter the school.
And so briefly, when they enter that school and enter that hallway, what does the hallway look like?
It's full of smoke from the gunpowder, as it appears.
In the, and have you been in I mean, maybe not, I don't think many have ever been in a situation like, specifically like this, but have you been in a situation where you are entering into a dangerous hallway or a dangerous area in your career?
Yes, lots of times.
All right. And when you are doing that, do you do that with the knowledge that you could be killed at any moment going in there?
It's a different scene. You go from the outside, which you've pretty much been out there for however long he was, and then you enter a school that he's not necessarily familiar with. And obviously you've seen that a weapon has been fired inside. Then you have to discern which classroom. Obviously they know that there's classrooms in there, and it's around the hallways and one of the insets of the doorways and things like that. You have to assess that situation.
And so going into that kind of situation, do you go into it knowing that your death can occur?
Yes.
As far as your active shooter training, you've also been trained in active shooter training.
Yes, sir.
Now, when active shooter training says go towards the gunfire, you have to know where the gunfire is coming from first.
Right.
If there is no cover and you don't know where the gunfire is coming from, what is your training when it comes to that?
Well, there's other training that I've been through that you be careful when you're moving forward and toward whatever you think is a threat. Just because one training, say, course tells me that I must do this. I mean, I don't think any officer would go, okay, thank you, that's what you said, and I would just go because you said so. There's other things that come into play that you've been trained on or conditioned for before that. And like I mentioned, different people process information differently, and maybe they didn't learn how to approach or move forward to a hallway.
Well, and as far as the, Mr. Witzkel's training that he gave in reviewing the photos that the state's put into evidence, does it appear that even in Mr. Witzkel's training, they are with somebody else, they are moving around and through with an AR-15, and that's kind of how they're trained to respond to something like an active, and that's specific active shooter training.
Yes, I was watching it from YouTube, so I didn't get to see everything that was shown this way, 'cause
Sure.
different times, but the pictures that I saw, there were more than one person.
Right, and an AR, not a pistol.
Correct.
And so as far as I want to kind of move to I guess the school security. Do you have a background in what you do now in advising schools and school security?
I'm a safety security consultant for some charter schools in
Okay.
Texas.
So tell me about the specific failures that you noted in the security that allowed kind of unfettered access to these children.
Well, there's layers of security that you have to take care of and not completely rely on law enforcement all the time. Initially, and people do this in their own homes. You keep the doors locked, the exterior doors locked, and the interior doors locked at all times. If you're going to prop open a door, it needs to be manned and not manned by you, because you're busy going in and out and grabbing whatever you need to. Someone has to stand there at that time and make sure no one's going to come in. And then you close it behind you and obviously lock it when you're done with it. The protocols of the drills to condition the people to react and respond to.
So in your analysis of this case, did you see that when the shooter came to that school that day, that the west door, the outward west door, was unlocked?
It was, yes, it didn't look like he even thought it was locked.
And then the south door that Adrian and Donald Page went into, was that unlocked?
They didn't use keys, they just opened the door.
In the classrooms where the shooter went in 111 and 112, was 111 unlocked?
That's what I'm hearing.
And so as far as when it comes to school security, in the way that you consult, would all of these be obviously security violations that could result in something like this occurring?
Yes, sir, especially if they were prevalent. Someone in the administration should be checking those doors regularly, and then obviously reporting when when they're not locked, and report them to the principal or whatever. I've had to do that in certain schools where they were constantly unlocked.
And as far as the sure. Yeah, so because I'm sure the prosecutor will ask you about, well, the 3 minutes, and he's out there for 3 minutes. What in your experience, what is going on during those 3 minutes that's causing Adrian to be where he is before he eventually goes into the school?
I think initially it was just to determine that it was actually an active shooter, and assessing that situation, taking in all the information that was coming to him from listening, whatever he's hearing out there. However, Melody is talking to him, things that he's visualizing, people in different places, hearing the sirens coming and things like that. There's a lot to absorb.
Now, as far as Randy Hill, who went to the top there and just stood on a corner, did you see that he ever made any move once the gunfire started happening to drive around to the school and try to locate the shooter?
I didn't see any of that. I mean, I just had heard, I wanted to know who got that call first, and it turned out to be him. And then when I discovered, again, through what I've seen on the video that's been shown and where he was as a police officer, it really surprised me that he was right there and just pretty much taken out of I'd say a tertiary role.
I'll pass it.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to start with that statement you just made about Hill.
Yes, sir.
He was called, the dispatch sent him to that corner, did it not?
That's what I'm hearing, yes, sir.
And so you were surprised that he stayed at that corner, taking a tertiary role. What does that mean?
He's holding down the perimeter on the, I'd say, probably the third part of the perimeter. You have the hot zone, and then there'd be a perimeter on the outside of the building, and then he's like out there on the street.
But you will agree that, with the testimony that when he arrived, Adrian Gonzales, the gunman was already inside the building.
When Mr. Hill,
Yes.
I'll agree, yes, sir.
Okay. And you will agree that gunfire inside a building is muffled as opposed to outside the building.
Yes, sir.
And you will agree that, do you have any testimony that Randy Hill heard the gunfire?
No, sir.
But you said that you were surprised that he took such a tertiary role because dispatch had said, man with a gun heading toward the school, correct?
Correct.
So he should have headed toward the school.
I believe so.
Just like if you hear gunfire, you should head toward the gunfire.
After assessing it, you should.
But you had no evidence that Randy Hill heard the gunfire.
No, sir. Very little evidence of Randy Hill at all.
Fair enough. Now let's go back to the very beginning of the testimony. We talked about the initial dispatch. Did you listen to the dispatch tapes?
Yes, sir.
So you heard the dispatch that it was a man with a gun
Correct.
and that he was headed to rob school.
From what I understood, I didn't hear headed. It was just a suspect with a gun is what it was.
Okay. And then that shots were fired
Yes, sir.
and headed to rob.
Correct.
And whether this was a bailout or heading to rob, it could be both. Correct?
Both what, sir?
Both a bailout and a man with a gun, shots fired, heading to rob.
Oh, yes.
And that, just that information alone is sufficient to put you on notice that people that rob are in danger, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And as far as whether it was a bailout or protecting the school, you saw Adrian Gonzales' statement. Did he make?
To the ranger?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And he said the wreck, that was Uvalde's jurisdiction, correct?
I don't know. I don't remember him saying that exactly.
May I approach you on it? Does that help you with your memory?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did Adrian Gonzales say, I didn't respond to the wreck? That's the police department's business.
Right.
In fact, he said, I'm heading over there because the guy's going to the school and has a gun. That's what I'm going to, the school.
I think that's a very good reason to respond as a school officer.
So if Coronado is concerned about going to a bailout, that is not necessarily what Adrian Gonzales is concerned about. Correct?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, sir.
If Coronado was concerned that it's a bailout, Adrian Gonzales told the ranger that he didn't go because of the bailout. He went because there was a man going to rob with a gun.
Okay. And what was the question? You're telling me two different things.
That's a different mindset, right?
Yes, sir.
And so the confusion that Coronado has about a bailout is not the confusion that Adrian Gonzales has, that the reason he's going there is to protect the school, correct?
It could be, yes, sir.
And the dispatch was, there's a man with a gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Adrian Gonzales said to law enforcement that he saw a lady in peach or orange and she was running, correct?
He didn't say a lady.
What did he say?
Oh, I'm sorry. He did say a lady initially, yeah. Yeah, he did say a lady initially, yes. I'm kind of going back to what he eventually said, that he didn't think it was a lady, or he realized later
To
that
the
it was
Rangers,
a
he
male.
said it was a lady in peach that was running.
Right.
And I want to talk about the echo situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Adrian Gonzales is standing at the east of the fourth grade wing, correct?
Kind of southeast, yes, sir.
Southeast. Could you show us about where you believe he was standing?
Well, just from the indication, I mean, it's saying that he was, but that's his car right here. So I'm believing he's standing right around either in front or in back or this way, yes, or on the side here.
And he says that at that point, I believe you said at that point, echo could confuse where he was, where the shots were coming from.
Correct.
From this position, could he see these east grounds?
Yes,
And would you agree the gunman wasn't there?
correct, yes.
Could he see these south grounds?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree the gunman wasn't there?
Correct.
And he had a witness talking to him, right?
Correct.
And you're saying to this jury that she provided accurate information,
I believe it's accurate, yes.
that he was wearing black, and that he was over at the teacher's parking lot.
Correct.
And if you hear gunshots, and you hear that he's wearing black, and hear that he's over at the teacher's parking lot, active shooter would say to go to the gunfire, wouldn't it?
That's kind of a general statement to go to the gunfire. I mean, they haven't really said how you go to the gunfire, and people will approach it differently.
But to go to the gunfire, they do say that.
Or go close, or I get what they say, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's gospel, so to speak.
So in active shooter training, when it says close on the gunfire, you're saying don't do that.
I'm not saying don't do that. I'm saying assess it and close in on the gunfire as safely as possible. that you
As
can.
safely as possible.
Yes, sir.
And cover is what as safely as possible.
It can be.
And from his position, he knows that the shooter's not here.
Right.
And he knows the shooter's not here.
Correct.
And he has cover, does he not, between the gunman and where he is?
No, he doesn't know that completely because he doesn't know exactly where the gunman is on that side. We know we keep pointing out this way, obviously, but he doesn't know if he's this way, and about to pop out or whatever. You have to anticipate all these.
So he should stand there for the next 3 minutes.
30 minutes?
3 minutes?
I don't know what he was doing at that time, but there's a lot of information to take in.
You said you got a lot of information. You know he stood there for 3 minutes.
That's what I'm hearing, yes.
That's what you're hearing, or that's what your review showed?
I didn't count it as 3 minutes because
How did you
amongst
count
other
it?
things, I counted it less than 3 minutes.
Did you count it as a minute up this hallway? I mean, outside the west side?
Count what as a minute?
The time that the gunman was shooting as Adrian Gonzales was standing over here.
No, sir.
How long did you count this?
I didn't count it.
So it could have been a full minute.
If that's what you're saying, I'm sure it'd be.
And then in the hallway for the next 45 seconds, shots going on in the hallway. Did you count that 45 seconds?
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay, so now we're at 1:45 seconds and Adrian Gonzales is still standing at the south side.
He's there, yes, sir. I don't know if he's just standing there with his,
And shots being fired inside this building. Those are shots that Coronado hears about the same distance away from Adrian Gonzales, maybe further. Correct?
I'm believing Coronado isn't he coming from here, sir?
So further away than Adrian.
Right.
And he says, after he hears the shots, does it take him 2 seconds to say shots fired, get in the building?
I didn't count that number. I just know that he is responding and running, and he says shots fired in the building, get in there.
Was it almost immediately?
What was almost immediately.
Coronado
When he heard him, yes.
heard the shots saying, shots fired, get in the building.
When he heard them, yes.
And Adrian Gonzales was here during these 16 shots, these 24 shots, and an additional 60 shots. And he's still standing here, correct?
Again, I don't know if he's just standing there still and just hoping not to move or
Do you believe he's standing there hearing an echo that Coronado doesn't hear?
I don't know.
Adrian Gonzales told the Rangers the sequence of when Melody Flores, let me just ask about Melody Flores for a second. You heard Melody Flores' testimony
Yes, sir.
that she was concerned for the kids.
Correct.
So she ran toward potential danger instead of staying in lockdown.
Correct.
Does that indicate to you that she was concerned about the kids
Yes, sir.
and protecting the kids
Yes.
and making sure they're safe?
Yes.
And so she stayed there until the last kid got in the door. Does that indicate to you she's worried about the kids?
That I don't know if she stayed there till the last kid got in the door. I didn't.
And so when Adrian Gonzales drives up, and Melody Flores says, I told him he's over there, he's in black. And Adrian says, where? And she points to it. Does that indicate to you somebody that would have done that immediately upon seeing the police officer?
Did Melody would have?
Yes.
No.
She'd wait a minute or so and then say, by the way, he's over there, the teacher's parking lot, wearing black. That's your testimony.
Wait a minute and say,
She waited a full minute to tell Adrian Gonzales that the shooter was wearing black. He was at the
Oh,
teacher's
no.
parking lot.
I get what you're saying now. No.
You know, she said that immediately, didn't she?
I'm sure she said a lot of things immediately.
And Adrian Gonzales told the ranger that she tells me he's over there. She was pointing, saying he's over there. He's dressed in black. I say, where? She says the teacher's parking lot. Correct? And that's when he hears rounds going off.
That's what the transcript says.
That's what he told the ranger, correct?
Right.
So a teacher says what he's wearing, which you say is accurate, where he is in the teacher's parking lot, which is accurate. And she's pointing, and as that's going on, he hears the shots going off, correct?
I don't think it's clear cut as you put it out.
Excuse me?
I don't think it's a clear cut as you're putting it out.
You don't think it's as clear cut as Adrian Gonzales told the Rangers?
No. That's my assessment, sir. I believe there's a lot of context missing in between all that information.
The context that's missing is this 3 minutes, correct?
That's what you're saying, yes, sir.
And you don't know how long it was
How long what was?
before Adrian went inside.
You're saying 3 minutes, so I'll take you as
Did you
your word.
watch the funeral home tape?
I did.
Did you see when Adrian pulled up
At what point?
and parked? Did you see Adrian pull up and drive to the south side and estimate when he parked?
No, you can't see that.
You can't see him drive over that area and then estimate the last few seconds.
You can see him drive to that area and then he disappears once he gets past that building. But to estimate when he parked, I'd say, I wouldn't even call it parking, I'd see when he stopped.
Okay. But at any rate, you did continue watching the funeral home video to see that Paige arrives about 2 minutes and 45 seconds later, correct?
Yes, sir, if you say so.
And that's when he joins Adrian Gonzales, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Adrian Gonzales, by the funeral home tape, is still there for at least 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Okay,
And every second counts in an active shooter situation, doesn't it?
it does.
That is, the two things that are important are the police officer to go to the gunfire, find the gunman, correct? Before the gunman gets to the victims.
Find the source of the fire. That's what you're saying. Yes, sir.
And every second, more victims can die if a police officer is standing and waiting.
That's a wide assessment, but I mean, you don't know if he's actually doing that. I don't mean to sound ignorant about it, but you have to know that he's actually shooting someone. I mean, he could be shooting into the building like he was, or he's still a danger, understandable.
Sure, 100 shots in the elementary school, that's not a danger to children during a school day.
Oh, no, that's a big time danger. Yes, sir.
You would have stood there for 3 minutes?
Me,
Yes.
I wasn't there, sir.
You would have stood there for 3 minutes?
I was not there and experiencing everything that was being experienced. I think it would be an unfair assessment on my part with myself personally, and my training, my experience. I would probably absorb information a lot different.
And quicker,
I would like to think so.
and go.
Or not, I don't know. It depends on what they were seeing at the time. I think that's what I mean about the context missing, about what he was observing in other places. And that's just to be fair, sir.
And during that 3 minutes, if you saw a police car, you would call for the police car to come over and give you cover while you're hearing the gunfire, the 100 shots going off inside of school?
If I was there for 3 minutes,
Yes.
I cannot accurately say that, sir.
You're saying one of your possibilities, 3 minutes of listening to 100 shots, you would have called a police car over to give you cover.
Well, you would also know that other people are responding and they might be on the other side as well. So giving information and then hoping that they're coming where you think they might go is another consideration you should take.
In active shooter, you were taught priority of life scale.
I do.
Innocent civilians first.
Correct.
And then police officers.
Correct.
And if if 100 gunshots are going off around a school, 60 to 80 of those inside a school building, that indicates innocent civilians are in trouble.
Correct. But I don't think he was counting the shots at the time, sir.
It's just more than one.
It's right, definitely.
And so on the priority of life scale, the civilians are in trouble. You know the gunman's inside where the shots are coming from, but you're asking cover for yourself. Correct? That's what Adrian did, right?
Yeah, that's what happened, yes.
And so that's kind of an issue that you as a police officer have had to deal with in your career as a police officer, that you have to put innocent civilians' lives ahead of your own safety.
Kind of.
Yes, sir.
It just depends on the situation, yes, sir.
I mean, that's something you deal with as a police officer, isn't it?
Not always, but it is a consideration. Can
But you
you?
have to put the civilian safety ahead of your own sometime. That's kind of why you're a police officer.
Yes, sir.
That's why they give you training,
Hopefully it's the right training, yes, sir.
to do it appropriately
Correct.
and as safely as possible.
Yes, sir.
Because when the civilian needs you, they have the right to expect you to help them, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate
And
it.
thank you for your work.
Thank you, sir.
As the witness.
Yes, Judge. So, I kind of want to talk about Coronado first.
I figured he'd say that. So let's go back to what we know about Coronado, what we've heard from their own expert. Coronado calls out right here that he thinks that the shooter is inside the building. Did you see that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And goes around. Now, what the prosecutor asked is that Coronado, when he heard the shots, he immediately knew that it was coming from inside the building. Now, Coronado was saying that he was calling out that he thought the shooter was in the building over here, right? Right?
I don't think he heard anything there.
Well, what I'm saying is, and this is my question, Coronado is calling out on the radio, meaning Coronado knows that this guy has gone in the building. Here.
I don't think so.
Well, he says, I think he went in the building. Coronado says, right? Okay. So you see, having that knowledge as you're coming around and then you hear the shots, well, of course you know that it's in the building because you knew that he was gotten in the building over here. Did Adrian have that knowledge?
No.
Right. So going back to when Adrian, when we know, the only evidence that we know based on what we have, that he knew that the shooter was inside of the building was when?
When the bullets were coming out the east side of the window.
Right. So it's the sound of the gunfire plus the bullet exiting the window told Adrian he's inside the building. Now, from your review, after that point, when he saw the bullet come out of the window, what did he do after he saw that?
By then Paige was there and they were already moving ahead. In fact, when you see Coronado running, saying, oh, get in the building, you don't see them by the car anymore. They've already moved towards the door.
Right. And so what the prosecutor has done is he has tried to judge Adrian's actions by,
Objection to what the prosecutor's done, Your Honor, it's not relevant.
well,
Then I'll say on cross-examination.
All right, I'll rule objection, go ahead.
on cross-examination, the prosecutor asks you the question as if Coronado, knowing that it was inside the building, somehow suggested that Adrian should based on hearing the shots alone, right?
Right.
But Coronado didn't just hear the shots alone. He was on the west side watching the guy, it having like somebody with line of sight to the shooter, knowing that he went in the building.
Yes, sir. What I do know, if I might say, because from watching the video, when Coronado passed that gate by the west door, the shooter had already been in the building for 6 seconds.
And I guess, and the idea is, in Coronado knew that because that's why he's running around the building. He thinks the guy's cutting through the building to get to the other side, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Coronado knows that he's in the building. So when he goes around and figures out he didn't come out the other side and hears the shots, he knows that the guy's inside the building shooting, right?
Well, he's no longer running through.
No longer running through. But Adrian doesn't have any of that knowledge from where he is.
Correct.
Okay. As far as Melody Flores testified to this jury that she told Adrian that the shooter's on the south side, that the shooter's on the west side, that the shooter was going into the south side of the building, and that the shooter had gone into the south side of the building. Okay. So all of those different things. Ultimately, Adrian in his interview had gotten to the right point, right? He had
Yes.
gotten to, okay, west side teacher's parking lot, and he called it out, and you heard him call it out on the radio.
Yes.
But it's just kind of like what the prosecutor said about Adrian saying to the ranger that he saw a lady in peach or orange. Did Adrian say to the ranger, I saw a lady in peach or orange and thought that lady was the one trying to shoot up the school?
No, he didn't say that.
Right. How did he describe what he thought at the time was happening?
He said someone running away from the school wearing a peach shirt.
And then once he found out what occurred, once he found out that it was a lady, he's having the interview after he knows that it in fact was not the shooter.
Correct.
Okay. So he's describing now he knows it's a lady. But to suggest that that's what he thought at the time, there's no evidence that you've seen in your investigation to suggest that.
No.
Okay. In the same way, at the time he's doing the interview the day after, he now knows where the location of the shooter was. And that's what he communicated to the ranger.
Yes.
But that's not saying what Melody was saying at the time that this was happening. Because she testified, she was saying all kinds of different directions.
I just, like I said before, I don't want to disparage Miss Flores. I understand it was a very traumatic event, but I have a hard time believing that she was very clear and concise with her information because of just both interviews and the testimony. She eventually got to the pertinent information, but it's hard to discern what was said in between.
Right. And she said herself, I mean, she told us herself that she did say things that were different. Like, for instance, she said the shooter had a pistol.
Right.
And that was clearly not the case.
Correct.
Okay. But, I mean, he didn't even have one on.
No.
So, as far as with Melody, in the after action report, I now know it's a woman. I now know that this is the direction that she was talking about. And so he's speaking to the ranger in those terms. Right? Okay. But at the time it's happening, he obviously didn't know this was a woman running toward the school.
No, once you analyze everything that was said at the end, then you can kind of figure out the actual timeline and the progress of how it started. But Adrian was speaking in general terms. It seemed, and he eventually said, well, I didn't know it was a woman at the time.
And and I guess, is that what you meant when you answered? It's not as clear cut as the prosecutor's trying to make.
Correct.
Pass it.
Yes, as to Melody Flores, you said it was complicated, what she was saying.
That's what it appeared, yes, sir. It just,
She said he's over there. That complicated?
no, not those words, no,
He's wearing black. Is that complicated?
not those words,
He's at the teacher's parking lot. Is that complicated?
not those words, no, sir.
And when she pointed, is there anything complicated about where you point?
That's what she said she did. I don't know if that happened, to tell you the truth.
And the only other, you don't believe she pointed?
No, I wouldn't know. I mean, it sounds like that would go really well along with, I told him he was over there, so.
And with what Adrian Gonzales told the Texas Rangers, that when she pointed, that's when I heard the shots.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So you'd like to withdraw that last statement?
Object to that. He doesn't have to withdraw anything.
Sustain.
So those are the three things that she testified she was telling Adrian Gonzales. The idea about him going in the south building, she didn't testify she told Adrian Gonzales that, did she?
That he was going into the south
Door.
door. Ask that again, I'm sorry, sir.
She didn't testify that she told Adrian Gonzales he's going in the south door, did she?
I don't remember that. No, sir.
The only other thing that she testified she said is, repeatedly, we got to get in there.
That's what she said.
What does that say to you as a police officer if you're hearing shots going off and a witness is saying where somebody is and saying we got to get in there? What does that say to you as a police officer?
Well, it says to me that a witness doesn't really dictate what I do next. She doesn't know my job. I get what she's trying to convey, but I don't go based on someone I don't know as an order, or this is your suggestion for the situation that you're experiencing. That's what I would do.
You would not consider her information.
I didn't say that, sir.
I just have one other area. Did you listen to all of the testimony?
Of hers?
No, in the courtroom. You said that you were in the courtroom and listened to some of the testimony.
When I was here, I did, and then I watched the live stream when I was not present, yes, sir. And as much as I could.
Do you agree with me the testimony is the shot came out, the only shot that came out this east side was out this window?
Yes, sir.
Would you also agree with me that we spent a lot of time talking about all of the children were lined up in this corner?
Yes, sir.
Because that's where all the blood is.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So that's where all the shots are going. You would agree he was there to shoot children.
Yes,
And you'll agree there was no blood over here where this window was.
that I don't know, sir.
You didn't see the photographs?
No.
Well, the jury will have to remember that.
Yeah.
You heard Arnulfo Reyes say that when he first got up, he's the first guy shot, correct?
Officer Reyes,
Arnulfo Reyes, I probably said that wrong. Sorry.
that he said what, sir?
Arnulfo Reyes was in 111.
Correct.
He said the killed kids, he had all come to this corner, correct?
Yes, sir.
But he got up and went around the desk toward the window side. You remember him saying that?
I don't. No, sir.
Do you remember him saying that as soon as the gunman came in, he shot him?
No, I don't remember him saying that.
You don't remember Arnulfo Reyes saying he shot him?
No, sir, I don't.
And there's one single shot that comes out this window, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the only human being between the doorway and the window, that would be Arnulfo Reyes.
If that's what you say, sir.
Does that help you any as to when the shot came out 111?
No, sir.
If it was one of the first shots to come out 111, from the testimony, we know there's 60 shots in 111 and 112 before Adrian Gonzales gets in there.
Yes, sir.
If it is one of the first shots,
But certainly he's not shooting at children, right?
Yes, sir.
Then we're talking
I
about,
mean, well, I mean, we would assume, I don't know, just either that or it's a very bad miss.
so if this shot is early on toward a teacher, you would agree for the next 60 shots, at least, Adrian Gonzales is still standing at the south end,
That's what you're saying, yes, sir.
knowing a shot has come out of 111, knowing where the gunman is,
Not exactly, no, sir, but having an idea.
somewhere close enough to have a shot go through 111
Correct.
inside the building.
Not necessarily. I mean, it could have gone through just easily from the other side through a window.
And so at that point, you ask for cover, you call for cover as a police officer.
You know,
At that point, a shot coming out of 111, hearing 59 more shots, you call and ask for cover for yourself. That's what you would do.
what I would do?
Yes.
No, sir.
Absolutely.
So what the prosecutor keeps saying is if it were the first shot, if it were speculating, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You know, that's their burden.
Objection to the harm.
Well, it's true.
Well, it's a statement the court will give the law to the jury, not the lawyers.
I'll overrule it, Judge.
So, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. So what he's asked you to do is speculate that that shot, if it were the first one, but it also could have been the 60th one.
Right.
Right, and they have provided nothing that will tell us when that shot came through the window.
Correct.
Okay. So it just, as far as what Melody Flores testified, it was on direct examination, yes. She did testify that he got out and she said immediately exactly where it is. But then when Nico cross-examined her, she did have to say, well, yes, I did say some things that were different to the Rangers and to their investigator. And I want to talk about the South. So she also testified that she believed that the shooter went in the south side. She believed that the shooter went into this door here. Now, if you're standing here and you're pointing, does the point cover the south side of the building?
Yes, it does.
That direction. It also covers the teacher parking lot. But if she's telling him that he is going into the building on the south side, or you, hypothetically, if you're standing there and somebody is telling you that there is a person going inside the building on the south side, which is what she told the Rangers, and you can see that there's not a person going inside the building on the south side, what does it cost an officer or anybody to do?
For one, not believe the information they gave them and go by their own senses of what's going on.
And continue to try to work out what exactly is happening.
Correct.
Okay.
Continue assessing.
So at the time in these situations, you would agree that these situations are messy, they're fluid, they're stressed, there's all of these things. But by the time we get here to court, everything gets packaged in a nice little bow as if that's not happening.
I'm having a hard time with that. Yes, sir.
I'll pass it.
As far as stress with gunfire, that's what you talked about, Adrian, was going through the stress of gunfire.
Not just gunfire, just everything. Encountering a person with a weapon, driving fast.
Same kind of stress the teachers would have gone through.
I don't know if it's going to be the same. That's, I mean, obviously what's going on around them is happening. So I don't know how they might process it.
And you heard the teachers, and under that stress followed their training, didn't they?
Yes, sir, I did.
And the children, under that stress, followed their training, didn't they?
Yes.
And Coronado, hearing shots, ran to the gunfire, didn't he?
No, sir.
Just as trained.
He didn't run to the gunfire.
When he was on the southwest side, running to the building and heard the gunfire, he said, shots fired, get in the building, and then ran to the
Coronado,
south
sir?
door. Coronado,
On the southwest side?
yes.
I don't believe he was on the southwest
I
side.
think he meant the southeast.
Southeast, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just,
Southeast side, when he heard the shots, he ran to the building, didn't he?
yeah, he was running already, yes, sir.
Just as he was trained.
I don't know how he was trained.
Well, you know, active shooter training is throughout the state for all law enforcement now, right?
16 hours every 2 years.
Excuse me?
16 hours every 2 years.
So they are trained in that, aren't they?
They've been through training. I wouldn't call it they've been trained.
I asked about training.
Yes, sir.
That's not-
Okay, so
Coronado, he's sitting here. Does he hear gunfire?
Yes.
Mendoza, does he hear gunfire?
Yes.
Saucedo, does he hear gunfire?
Yes.
Do they believe it's being fired at him and them?
That's what they're saying.
Right. No, the gunfire is here on the west side of the building, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does Officer Saucedo say, I think I see the shooter, or I think I see him, permission to shoot?
Yes.
Okay. So not only do they see the gunfire, they actually see the shooter, according to what they said, right?
Yes.
And then Coronado is radioing that he thinks he got in the building while he's on Geraldine Street here.
Right.
Okay. Do they run to the gunfire?
No.
Okay. Because running to the gunfire, no matter what the prosecution says, would be these officers going right to that door, right where they saw him go in.
Correct.
On the west side of the building.
Yes.
Okay. They go around for whatever reasons. They go around, and then by the time he gets here, he realizes OS, basically, like,
That's what he says.
oh, because he knows that this guy didn't come out the building, that he's in there shooting kids. Right?
If I may say, again, from my professional experience, I'm having a hard time wondering why, what they would.
It's not responsive, Your Honor.
Well, I'll ask him a question.
All right, go ahead.
From your professional experience, what do you take from that?
I get the assessment that he might come back out this way, but I would like to know as a police officer what he's doing inside the school.
Right. So as an officer that apparently Mr. Turner has no problem with his actions, you would agree that he did not accurately perceive and did not go to the gunfire.
Correct.
That's it.
No question.
Okay, you can have a seat. Thank you. Step down. Next one.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay. Our lunch recess, gonna go an hour like we talked about. I don't know if they've got it set up for you or not back there. If for some reason they don't, and you wanna take off and go elsewhere and eat, you're welcome to do so. But if they've got it set up for you back there, in the jury room, you're also welcome to do that. We'll be in recess for 1 hour. Where everyone rise to the jury.
transmission discussing setting up a perimeter. Again, I cannot
But not
testify.
at that time though, right, Ranger? You can look at your
I
critical
would have to
timeline.
refer.
Yes, sir, please.
At 11:31:45, there is radio traffic that says, yes, go ahead and set up a perimeter as soon as you get there.
11:31:45, it says
Please be seated in the courtroom. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the defense rests.
Study any rebuttal.
We have just a stipulation between the parties. The stipulation is that we have gone back and reviewed, and it was Daniel Coronado who said that at the time Mendoza and Salcedo drove up, it was his voice that was on the radio. And while they had similar voices, he identified that it was his voice on the radio that said, "Shots fired, take cover." So we were stipulating that it was Daniel Coronado, not Adrian Gonzales, who made that dispatch around 11:32:30 mark.
And that was put in contention, so we agree with that, Judge.
Okay, so it's so stipulated, ladies and gentlemen. Members of the jury, as you just heard, both sides have rested and closed the case. That means you've heard all of the evidence in the case. It's now my job, along with the lawyers, to prepare the charge of the court, which you may anticipate will be a fairly lengthy document, and it's going to take a little bit of time to get it ready. So rather than have you waiting around for us to get that document and reading the charge and arguing late in the day, I'm going to excuse you, and we will resume tomorrow with that charge ready to be read, and it'll be immediately followed by the arguments of counsel, and then we will ask you to deliberate on the case. So my instructions are still in effect. Please follow them, and we will see you back here tomorrow. Just in case there's anything carrying over on the charge, let's make it 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock tomorrow. We'll see you then. Would everyone rise for the jury? Okay, y'all can have a seat. We're in recess. If y'all want to confer on that charge, whatever we have.
I'm gonna email it to him right now, Judge.
Thank you.